Councillor Hamilton on the screen. Councillor McCafferty, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I now open the ordinary council meeting on the 23rd of August 2022 at 7:04 p.m. Good evening, councillors. Before I begin, I would just like to acknowledge the recent passing of Timmy Ella. Timmy was a respected community elder, knowledge holder and leader from the La Perouse Aboriginal community. The community and loved ones are currently in deep mourning of his loss. His family are one of the traditional families of coastal Sydney that travels the songline from Bidjigal, La Perouse to Ewan at Naroma on the south coast country. Timmy is the youngest brother of 12 siblings, including Gary, Mark, Glenn and Marsha, and his family settled in the La Perouse area and have remained on country for many years. Timmy leaves behind his wife, Dolly, children Latoya, Kimberly, Terence and a number of grandchildren. Timmy has done great work in the local government area of Randwick and with Randwick City Council over the years. He owned the local business Canoe Tours and felt very proud to share his knowledge and culture with everyone. He lived by culture and his connection to land, which he is proud to share. He will be greatly missed. Council extends its deepest sympathies to Timmy's family. I was at the funeral recently representing council, and I can say alongside with Sharon Smith, who was there was an outpouring of community grief, but not only that, of support for his life. And I think the demonstration that it was standing room only and we were almost pressed up the back shows the outpouring of community support which was there. So it was a very touching funeral. With that, I would like to now hold a minute of silence as a mark of respect for the land.
Okay, CP 43/22. I own an investment unit in close proximity to this property, so I've got a pecuniary interest and won't be debating or voting on this issue. NM 68/22, with regards to the motion from Councillor De Souza on the noise abatement strategy. I work in the container shipping industry. and my company has vessels that call at Port Botany, hence I've got a pecuniary interest, and I won't be debating or voting on that notice of motion. Thank you.
With regard to CP 43 of 22, I'd like to note on previous occasions I have removed myself from development applications in and around near Darling Street, Kensington, as there was a slim chance they could impact the value of my mother's property. As 182 to 190 Anzac Parade and 157 Todman Avenue are a few blocks away from my mother's property, and there are towers in between that location and my mother's property, there will be no financial impact on the value of my mother's property, and I intend to vote in the matter.
Okay, thank you. Are there any... Oh, Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a NM 7022, my motion on FOGO in schools. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in that my daughter goes to one of the schools that might be considered.
Councillor Pandolfini.
On MM 3022, both my daughters go to Coogee Public School, so I declare a pecuniary interest. Voting on it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further interests? Okay, thank you very much. There being no further interests, we will now move to addresses of council by members of the public. Before that begins, I will read the chairperson's announcement. In respect to Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of clause 520 to 523 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-visual recordings of the meeting are prohibited without express permission of council. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of council. Okay, thank you. Now to the announcement of speakers. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting will have a maximum of 4 minutes in which to put forward their case with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped once their 4 minutes have expired. Councillors may, however, ask questions of presenters at the end of each public session, but I will remind councillors that it is questions, not comments. Our first speaker this evening on item number CP 40/22, relocation of wires at Randwick Environment Park, speaking in favour is Ms. Eliana Leopold, coming to us via Teams.
Right, can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Okay, I'll kick off. So thank you, Mayor Parker, councillors and other guests for the opportunity to speak today in regards to this matter. I'd firstly like to acknowledge I'm dialing in from Gadigal country. I pay my respects to our First Nations people, their ongoing connection to our land and waters, and to their elders past, present and emerging. I am chair for the East Branch, one of 28 branches across New South Wales. I'm a volunteer and live in the Rose Bay area. We are seriously grateful to Randwick Council for support over the last 30 years. To give you some context, WISE is Australia's largest wildlife rescue and rehabilitation service, and we've been providing support for over 35 years. So Randwick Council has been supporting us for nearly the same length of time. And to give you further context to the WISE East Branch, the one of 28 branches that we have, we service over 5 council areas. That includes Randwick, Sydney City, Waverley, Woollahra and Randwick. And Randwick, as I said. And we have 200 volunteers in our branch, and we have over 30% of those volunteers residing in the Randwick Council area. In 2021, we rescued over 3,500 animals, and year to date in 2022, we have rescued over 1,200 animals. And in the eastern suburbs, we have 50 species of wildlife, possibly more, from brush-tail and ringtail possums, vulnerable greyhead flying fox, abundance of birds, magpies, kookaburras, currawongs, musk lapwings, lorikeets and the like, owls, as well as reptiles and the occasional marine animals such as turtles and penguins. And while most residents we meet when we're out and about genuinely care about our wildlife, I do get asked why we're protecting possums and other animals. Some people think they are pests. But to see people react to further habitat loss for our endangered western ringtail possums over in WA has really shown that people care about wildlife. And this has also been supported by further reinforced by the recent release of the 2021 State of Environment report that outlined our environment is in deteriorating health, and we have an ever-increasing responsibility to support our animals, particularly those that are endangered. And in highly urbanised areas, as is the eastern suburbs of Sydney, the ability for us to access a purpose-built aviary to support wildlife care has been desperately needed and so very helpful. The Wise Aviary is in use 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. It complements at-home support, including my own, where many of us have cages set up to support wildlife to get back to health. Last year, we leveraged the aviary at the Randwick Environment Park to support pre-release for over 140 possums and 100 birds. This means animals that have been raised in carer homes but have needed more space before being released back into the wild. We totally recognise that the aviary needs to move from its current position in the protected area of the park, but equally we recognise the aviary is in dire need of an upgrade. There's been little to no upgrade of this aviary in the last 30 years. Locally, with increasing urbanisation, habitat loss, the plethora of foxes, domestic pets, the impact of climate change, anything we can do to help restore some of this balance and to provide a helping hand is so important. It's intensified through heat, storms and rain, which will make it harder for our volunteers and our wildlife, so a resilient setup is required. We see the potential for any upgrade to further reinforce the sustainability aims of Council at the Environment Park, in particular the role of conservation and protection. And we think that there is so much potential to continue working with Randwick Council to support sustainability and the role of wildlife. Thank you.
3 minutes and 58 seconds, very impressive.
Whoa!
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions? I have a hand up from Councillor Veach and then I'll go to Councillor Hay. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, and thanks very much for coming to speak. I think it's a great proposal, and I've visited the current enclosures a number of times, so not for a little while, and they're clearly in need of an upgrade. And you know, also happy to declare that I'm happy to put forward the money that's been proposed. But to my mind, it would seem that the amount of animal enclosures that are currently on the table seems quite low. I am asking a question. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So my question is, would you be supportive if within that budget we'd be able to perhaps look at alternative designs that would allow for more animals to be cared for there? Would that be helpful?
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. I'll just throw to you. Just Councillor McCafferty, I do see your hand up. Okay, thank you. Feel free to answer the question.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Veach. So yes, absolutely. I think what's been really interesting is that if you think about the current design of the aviary that has been in place for 30 years, that there is so much opportunity and scope for us to consider any design that increases and enables us to care for as much wildlife as we can care for within the space that Randwick, the Environment Park, can give us capacity for. And I think it's interesting because there are so many other forces at play for us to consider outside the work that we do that will put extra pressure on wildlife. So absolutely, the answer is yes. Any design that can help us increase our capacity to support wildlife would be well supported and encouraged.
Councillor Hay.
Hi. If you've got a picture of the design in front of you, one of the most striking features of it is that it's covered in flowers, and this is specifically to be a native bee garden. And approximately 10 metres to the west of this location, there is a beehive. Now, in the context of caring for sick animals, is there a danger putting that many bees right next to animals that need to recover?
Question to you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I heard the echo. I think it was my voice. So the way that it's currently scoped, and again, I think we're looking at making sure that the design works, and I think we're at, in the preliminary stages. But the outside of the aviary, where the native bees will be, where there'll be homes, will be the protected part from the animals. So the animals will be actually on the inner side and away from the native bees. I think. So I'm not concerned that the native bees are going to be an impact on the animals in terms of the current design. So that's not something that has really caused us concern, particularly because of the proposed structure of the aviaries or the cages. And if we imagine that all of that outside area will be totally protected from the animals, so whether that be recycled wood or whatever, that is in line with the sustainability aims of the park, but that will be there'll be a barrier that is protected. And also native bees themselves are stingless. So I don't know if that answers the question.
I think that's the best attempt. Councillor Hay, you're finished with your questioning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, did you actually have a question, or you would just... No? Okay, thank you. Councillor McCafferty, you have your hand up.
Yes. Hi, Eliana, and thank you for coming in and speaking to us tonight, and thank you for all the work that WISE does in our local government area. I was just wondering, there's been a bit of publicity, media coverage lately about some problems with the culture within WISE, and I was just wondering if you had anything to say about that, and if you could reassure us that that's not an issue in our LGA.
Yeah. And thank you for asking that question, because I think that's a really important one for me to address. So for those that are not aware, WISE has received a lot of publicity of late in relation to a number of allegations around bullying, harassment and other poor behaviours that are being looked at and investigated. We have I chair this branch, and I also have experience working and leading people in financial services. And so I take a lot of pride in ensuring that for our particular branch, that we are focused on volunteer engagement. Now, this is a broader conversation around the 3,000 volunteers that are part of WISE. And I think that there are definitely some challenges that are being looked at, but we have spent a lot of time with our volunteers in particular to just understand and ensure that it is a safe to speak environment. For those who, again, wildlife volunteering has one of the highest volunteer burnout rates in the volunteering category. And that's quite alarming, but I also understand why. I mean, we are dealing with often animals, 1 in 3 die, have to be put down. And there's a number of different scenarios that I mentioned before, different challenges that we get faced with, which are really confronting. But we have a lot of support and a lot of skills in our branch that we leverage. And we all actually take a lot of pride in looking out for each other. So yeah, definitely assurance is there. I think the best thing is to also just check in with people that are part of WISE that are in the branch to ask them directly, because it's often easier to, it's easy for me to say that people are feeling supported and there's no issues in our branch, but and I know that from the conversations that I've had with people and the way that I lead this branch, but equally it's important for you to check in if you've got anyone that you know of that is volunteering with WISE. But yes, I think there are definitely some challenges that are being worked through, but I'd also be mindful that sometimes there are also the issues that have been in the media are not necessarily reflective of the broader culture within WISE. And I personally love working and love volunteering with the organisation.
Thank you, Eliana. I think you've handled that really well. Thank you.
Councillor De Souza, you have a question.
Yes, thank you for coming and addressing us. Now tell me something, if your organisation didn't do what it does and you do a particularly good job, and I was going to quote the famous Samuel Taylor Coleridge, but in saying that, if your organisation didn't do what it's doing, who would the responsibility fall to? Is there any, I guess the Animal Welfare League, or is there anyone who does what, if your group wasn't doing it, who would be filling that empty, vacant block?
It is actually a great question, because the more I unpack the way in which the wildlife rehabilitation and care network works for New South Wales, it is quite decentralised. So there are a number of wildlife organisations. WIRES is the largest, but we have other organisations such as Sydney Wildlife and other smaller organisations that work in particular areas across New South Wales that support wildlife. All of our zoos work separately, so they don't. They might support several aspects of wildlife, but it's largely reliant on volunteer services like WIRES. So if we weren't doing what we do, you take 3,000 volunteers out of the network. And all of us are licensed by the National Parks and Wildlife Service to deliver rehabilitation services to wildlife. So it just gives you a sense that heavily dependent on volunteers, heavily decentralised, lots of opportunity to sort of think about how that all comes together. But yes, if we weren't doing what we were doing, we would, I suppose, it would fall to other less, other volunteer services have less volunteers available to do what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There being no further speakers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move to the next notice of motion with an address from the public, NM 65/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, support for Julian Assange. Speaking in favour, Mr. Gabriel Shipton.
Hello, I just want to thank Council for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you, Councillor Veitch, for submitting this motion. My name's Gabriel Shipton. I'm Julian Assange's brother. I can give you a quick update of where Julian's legal proceedings are at the moment. On the 17th of June, Priti Patel, the UK Home Secretary, signed off on Julian's extradition, and Julian has one last chance to appeal within the UK courts. He's submitted an application to appeal to the UK High Court, and the UK High Court will decide whether they hear that appeal or not in about 6 or 7 weeks' time. So the UK High Court has already ruled against Julian in the previous proceedings, so we're not very optimistic that they will approve this application to appeal. So there's a potential that Julian could be extradited to the US in a matter of months, and in the US he faces an effective death sentence, 175 years in prison. Expert witnesses that testified that were their testimony was recognised by at the Magistrates Court level as well as the High Court level, found that if extradition were to become imminent, that the urge for Julian to self-harm or commit suicide would become, it would become unstoppable. So that's the sort of situation around there. I went to see Julian probably around 4 weeks ago in Belmarsh Prison. He's been there for 3 years now. Belmarsh Prison is a maximum security prison. They call it Britain's Guantanamo because that's where they keep all the terrorists, all the people convicted of terrorism in the UK. Julian's, on either side of Julian's cell are murderers. And he's been there 3.5 years, and as a remand prisoner. He's not serving a sentence, and this really becomes evident when you go and visit him. You overhear other families discussing when their sentences finish, when their loved ones are going to get out of prison. And at the moment, this never-ending legal proceeding is just hanging over Julian's head, and so it's just another thing that's wearing him down. His health at the moment is very delicate. In 2019, a UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Nils Melzer, found that Julian was being psychologically tortured, and the conditions that Julian has been held in that Nils Melzer examined at the time have not changed. In October 2021, Julian suffered a minor stroke in the prison, and over 300 Doctors for Assange recently wrote a letter to the government saying that if you have one minor stroke, that there is a high likelihood that you will have another stroke. So you can imagine it's a maximum security prison. If you have a stroke inside there, there's no one really to call 000 or anything like that. So we sort of live in fear now that Julian that Julian won't make it through this ordeal. In Australia, there's been poll after poll showing that the people of Australia want their government to do something, want their government to act and intervene to free Julian from prison. Previous poll in 2021 showed 71% of Australians agreed with the statement that Julian Assange should be brought home. The councillors, if you want to find out more, there's a documentary that I produced that is now playing on iView, a 2-part documentary that's been viewed over 500,000 times. You can go onto iView anytime you like and view that, and that's about our family's fight to free Julian. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Veach.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come to our meeting tonight. You've obviously travelled around as part of your advocacy work for your brother and also as part of promoting your film. I understand that's been shown widely in Australia. Do you think you've had a response for that that's kind of shown that support for bringing Julian Assange back to Australia, and why is advocacy from members of the public and councils important to put that pressure on to bring him back?
Yeah, I think, as I've advocated, I've been advocating for Julian around the world for the past 3 or so years, and we are doing it everywhere in a grassroots way. And it's always about, taking the concern of people and taking that up to Parliament. So, it's really important that councils like, Melbourne, council in Melbourne or councils in Geneva, who are all making these sort of statements in support of Julian, these all build up, and this builds up and shows that there is support among the people for the politicians to do the right thing in this case. Recently, I was in Germany in June. We met with the German, second in charge of the German Foreign Ministry. We also met with a cross-party group of German parliamentarians, and they put a petition motion to the Bundestag that was voted on, and over 90 members from all the major parties in the Bundestag voted for this petition to put Julian's freedom on the agenda of all the Bundestag committees. And so, this sort of process, the political process is so important in Julian's case, to really take up the concerns of the people into the higher levels of government, so that the government knows there is support to be able to, contact President Joe Biden or contact their counterparts in the UK to really just end this matter and get Julian out of prison.
Thank you. I've had a hand up from Councillor Chappell, then Councillor Olive, then Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Shipton. Really appreciate you coming to speak to us today. Just very briefly, if Julian is extradited to the US, Is there any chance of a free trial there?
No, well, Julian's charged under the Espionage Act. So Espionage Act hearings are held in the Virginia District Court. That court, the Espionage Act court there, proceedings are held in secret. The jury is drawn from members of the intelligence community who are all located around there. There's the Pentagon's there, all the different sort of intelligence community, bases are there. So it's a very high, very unlikely that Julian will receive a fair trial in the US. There is also some revelations that came to light recently that while Julian was inside the Ecuadorian embassy, his meetings with his lawyers had been recorded, his meetings with his doctors had been recorded, and those recordings were taken back to the US by the security firm that was meant to be protecting him inside the Ecuadorian embassy. We know this because there was 2 leakers from that security firm, and there's an ongoing court case, actually, ongoing court investigation in Spain about this, and then there was also a 6,000 word investigation piece in Yahoo News that came out last September that cited over 30 current and former intelligence sources who confirmed that Julian's lawyers' meetings, Julian's meetings with his doctors were recorded and then fed back into the CIA. There was also Julian's legal papers. So when Julian was taken from the Ecuadorian embassy, all his legal papers, all his preparation was taken back to Ecuador and then handed over to the FBI. So this is also confirmed in this reporting. So if you can imagine in any case, in any trial where your opposition has access to your privileged legal papers, your privileged communications with your lawyers, your privileged communications with your doctors, there's no such thing as a fair trial in that circumstance.
Thank you. Councillor Olive.
Yes, thank you very much for being here today, Mr. Shipton. It's fascinating to hear you talk about Julian. I just had a quick question too. What sort of assistance has Julian received from the Australian government?
Well, I mean, at the moment, so we have Anthony Albanese, who's made statements prior to the election, made statements in caucus saying enough's enough, and he doesn't see what purpose has been served by Julian being kept in prison. After the election, he's been asked publicly what is the government doing, to which he responded that diplomacy is not done with a loud hailer. So those statements, those public statements, so that's all we sort of can go on for what the government is actually doing in this case. We were in Canberra a couple of weeks ago. I was in Canberra a couple of weeks ago, and we met with the Attorney General's Chief of Staff, and the Attorney General's Chief of Staff said there was nothing that he could do until Julian was extradited to the US. So we have on the one hand the Attorney General saying that they can't do anything, and then the Prime Minister saying that diplomacy is best done behind closed doors. So I think that's why it's so important to have resolution or things like this from councils going up to the Prime Minister, going up to the Foreign Minister, just showing them that there is support for their statements that they've made previously during the election campaign, so that they know that they're not out on a limb on this, that the people actually want them to follow through with what they've said.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Shipton, I hate to burst your bubble with a needle of truth, but Mr. Assange, his actions cost a lot of people their lives. Would you agree with me on that?
No, so that's completely false. So there was in Chelsea Manning's trial, who was the accused leaker, that Julian's been charged with publishing the Chelsea Manning leaks. So that's the Afghan war logs, the Iraq war files, the diplomatic cables, and Guantanamo Bay detainee files. So that's evidence of war crimes, evidence of torture, and evidence of state corruption. In Chelsea Manning's trial, there was that question came up, and they asked the military general, "Did you have any proof that anyone was harmed because of these leaks?" And the government responded that they had no proof. Similarly, in Julian's trial, when the prosecution was asked whether they had any proof, they could not. They said they have no proof that anybody was harmed because of these leaks. And in fact, I think it's worth saying that, lives were saved because of what was published. We're talking about, war crimes, evidence of war crimes. So this sort of narrative that exists that Julian risked lives is completely false and manufactured to sort of turn the spotlight from the people who actually committed these crimes towards Julian, the person who exposed them.
Councillor D'Souza, a follow-up?
So, in your view, Julian was just a journalist exercising his right of freedom of speech?
Well, it's not just my view. There's over 25 of the largest press freedom and human rights organisations from all around the world. We're talking Reporters Without Borders, the ACLU, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, all of the largest ones have called for this prosecution to be dropped because of the threat that it poses to press freedom. Julian Assange is, he's been a member of his union, of the Journalists Union, since 2006. He's won award after award after award, the Walkley Award here in Australia. He keeps winning awards, actually. They keep giving them to him. So, it's don't take my word for it, but it's all these huge institutions around the world that say Julian's a journalist.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now go to the next item where there is a public speaker, NM 6922, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, proposed alcohol prohibited zone, Green Street, Maroubra, from Anzac Parade to Garden Street. Speaking in favour, Ms Gemma Carlton. You have the floor.
Hello, and thank you to the Mayor and Councillors for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to Councillor Rosenfeld for bringing the motion to your attention. Apologies for my voice. I would have liked to be there, but unfortunately I'm unwell, but I hope you can hear me okay. The issue we have on Green Street in Maroubra is a daily issue, and it is ongoing. There is a local problem of drug and alcohol addicts in this area who frequent the methadone clinic close by. Unfortunately, the steps outside of our building have become the hangout area for the group, which means around 10 to 20 addicts congregating outside daily, drinking alcohol on our steps and blocking the pathway. I have an 8-month-old baby. Recently, I couldn't even access the door to get into my building without having to move through the group. The stench of smoke is very strong, and they are actually consuming bottles of wine straight from the wine bottle, cans of beer, bottles of spirits, and then leaving that empty glass and cans behind on the path. Last week, I also saw one of the group undoing his trousers to urinate there, which is absolutely disgusting. And as a mother, it makes me really quite upset to bring my baby out into the street and witness that kind of behaviour. Other members of my neighbours in the building, we're all aware of the issue, and the police are aware of the group. We regularly call Maroubra Police Station to help us move the group on. I've seen the group be abusive and violent towards the police officers moving them on. Just more examples of antisocial behaviour that are really unwelcome in the area. For these reasons, I feel it will be a huge help to the police and to the neighbourhood as a community if we can make the street an alcohol-free zone as soon as possible and make the street a nicer place to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There being no questions, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, there's Councillor Pandolfini has her hand up.
Hi, Gemma.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for coming along and telling us about the issues that you're having. What's the kind of conversation around the clinic been with this issue?
No conversation yet with the clinic. I don't know whether it's within my rights to approach them to deal with the group outside of the clinic, but I do know that they're taking their medications outside, and unfortunately someone in my building's also witnessed some sort of drug dealing happening out there. I don't know whether the clinic have the remit to deal with the group outside of just dealing with their medications. So I'm hoping that I can deal with what I can do, which is obviously look after my street and make sure that it doesn't have this antisocial behaviour happening, especially the drinking and the glass, the amount of glass that they're leaving behind, and the urinating as well, which obviously comes with the group being quite unwell.
So was the clinic aware that you wanted to do this and wanted to raise this motion? Because I mean, you know, I'm aware that, you know, it's like a health clinic, I guess, and so there'd be a lot of them there are a lot of them in the community, and I just wonder if having, you know, good communication with them and kind of doing it that way rather than kind of policing would be a first step. What do you think?
To me, the first step needs to be that I look after my family and the street overall. I don't know that the clinic could offer any help beyond just dealing with the group's medications. The police, when I speak to them, say they don't have much power to keep moving the group on. All they can do is talk to them and ask them to move. So I suppose it's something that maybe the community could rally around to sort of get the clinic involved and the police. But I think we need the help of the council in the first instance.
Yeah, that kind of conversation sounds like it could be a productive one. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, there being no further addresses from members of the public, I will now go down the agenda, beginning with mayoral minutes. MM 28/22 regarding Timmy Ella. I'm just moving this in a slightly amended fashion. It was discussed at the beginning of the meeting with the statement, the inclusion of the words in the mayoral minute at the end of the second paragraph that Timmy leaves behind his wife Dolly and children Latoya, Kimberly, Terence and numerous grandchildren. I commend this mayoral minute to the floor. Are there any speakers? Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I felt a little an attachment to Timmy Ella, as I said, I think once before. I was his pharmacist. As the councillor for the South Ward, it makes me very proud to say a few words about the life of Timmy Ella. Tim was a remarkable young man with a zest for life. Unlike his other siblings, he was not a gifted sportsman, but a people person with lots of charm and entrepreneurial ability. He was involved in local government in Randwick City Council. He had his own business, canoe, tours, and loved sharing his culture with others. As I said, and I'm repeating myself here, and I said I was fortunate to be his pharmacist and spent many moments with him. Once when I asked how his brothers developed their rugby skills, he said to me, we used to play hot potato. I said, what's hot potato? He said, it's a game where you pass the ball, the football, as fast as you can. And make sure you don't get caught with the ball, because if you did get caught with the ball, all the other 11 members of the family would tackle you. Tim, being the youngest in his family, often got caught with the hot potato. Tim was a very intelligent and deep-thinking young man. The last time I spoke with Tim, he said to me, to really understand a person, Noel, you need to understand their emotions, their insecurities, their distress, and most importantly, their hopes and dreams. Tim had many hopes and dreams, and I'm pretty sure he accomplished most of them. But I tell you, his hopes and dreams weren't only for himself. They were also for his people and his family at La Perouse. I can say with confidence, Tim Miller had a very full and productive life. Farewell, my friend. It was great knowing and serving you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. There being no further speakers, I commend the mayoral minute and I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, we move to MM 29/22, Ukrainian Independence Day, which is tomorrow on the 24th of August 2022. The motion is that Council raise the Ukrainian national flag at Randwick Town Hall to mark the National Ukrainian Independence Day and demonstrate support for the innocent people of Ukraine. On this particular mayoral minute, I have received a request from a constituent. We have previously raised the Ukrainian flag and possessed the flag at the town hall. Why I would note, I think it's more than appropriate for Randwick to raise the flag in this particular instance is the large Ukrainian population that resides within Randwick City, as opposed to other conflicts which are occurring around the particular world. But I think as a show of solidarity in light of the fact that we have a large Ukrainian population, it is more than appropriate in this particular instance. For that, I commend this mayoral minute. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. Thank you. Financial assistance and donations. Two donations, $500 from Council's Nursery to Coogee Public School PNC for the annual Father's Day stall, as well as the waiver of fees for Festival Indonesia Sydney, an event held in conjunction with the Consulate of the Republic of Indonesia. I commend the mayoral minute. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. MM 31/22, proposed joint motion for consideration at the Local Government New South Wales Conference, Climate Change Impacts and Resilience. As background to this particular motion, I sit on a panel with the mayors of Waverley, Wallara and Bayside and meet regularly, and it was a suggestion from one of our sibling councils that we move this particular motion jointly. I commend this particular mayoral minute to the floor. Are there any questions or comments? All right, I will happily put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. MM 32/22, proposed joint motion for consideration at the Local Government New South Wales Conference, Waste and Recycling and the New South Wales Waste Levy. Similar to the previous motion, this was recommended that it be moved jointly. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against, I declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, we now, what I will do is actually just suggest that we break for 5 minutes before we move to urgent business, and then we'll go through the agenda. We are moving very quickly, but we will have a 5-minute break and then we'll run through the agenda. Did we do anything last month? Oh, we already passed. You always got to read it. Thank you, councillors. Now, the meeting will now return at 8:02 p.m. Councillors, is there any urgent business? There being no urgent business, thank you. I will now go through the agenda. Please call out which items you wish to challenge. I begin with CP. Oh, actually, can I just confirm, Councillor McCafferty and Hamilton, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Can I ask, rather than putting your hands up for this particular process, as I'm looking down, please just shout out if you'd like to challenge anything, because I'm looking down. Thank you. CP 38/22, investigating a community party for the successful campaign for no more incinerators. No challenge. CP 39/22, Council's transition to net zero emissions. Challenged by Councillor De Souza. CP 40/22, relocation of wires at the Randwick Environment Park. Challenged by Councillor Veach. CP 41/22, Community Investment Program, July 2022. Councillor Sedd, are you challenging that particular item? Okay. Councillor Sedd. CP 42/22, Streets as Shared Spaces Program, McKean Street, Plaza Maroubra. Challenged by Councillor Chappell. CP 43/22, public notification of the VPA at 182 to 190 Anzac Parade and 157 Todman Avenue, Kensington. That's a planning matter, so that has to be challenged. Oxford, okay. CS 37/22.
Challenge.
Challenged by Councillor Hay. CS 38/22, removal of significant weed infestation at Fred Hollows Reserve. Challenged by Councillor Pandafini. CS 39/22, Maroubra Fun Run. Challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. We have challenged all items by one at the moment. CS 40/22, Randwick LGA tennis request for space. Unchallenged. CO 34/22, Councillor Expenses and Facility Policy. Challenged by Councillor Pandafini. CO 35/22, Delegations of Authority. Challenged by Councillor Veach. CO 36/22, Investment Report, July 2022. Unchallenged. CO 37/22, Monthly Financial Report as at 31 July. Unchallenged. Thank you. Can I have a mover of the
Actually, that's the one I was going to challenge.
can you... removal of significant weed infestation, that's... Oh, sorry. CP 38/22. Yep, that is challenged by Councillor Luxford. And can I just confirm, let me have a look. No, I will still require. Can I have someone move the unchallenged items? Moved Councillor Veach, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour?
Aye.
How many unchallenged items
Hold
are
on,
there?
just hold on. All those against? Declare that carried. There are there are 3 unchallenged items. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Councillor, we now move to the first challenged item, CP 38/22, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, could you please outline for the meeting what it is that you are moving?
Look, I'm happy to support this in a roundabout way. I'm just would like to say that it seems to be at the moment, every time something happens, we seem to be having a party. So I'm requesting a wake for Kensington you know, in a grand fashion for the fact that we have decimated a suburb and nobody cares and nobody bothered to give it a wake, but we're going to give a party for every time we do something else. So I think it's only fair that a wake happen in Kensington, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support these parties, but we have to draw the line somewhere, because it seems to me we're just having drop of the hat, you know, we win this, we have a party, we win that, we have a party. How many more can we keep having? Yeah, and it's great to do community things, but I think that, you know, we need to be a little bit mindful. But I would like a wake to happen at Kensington at some point in time, because it's a decimated suburb.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder of the motion? Seconded by Councillor Sedd. Thank you. Councillor Sedd is the seconder.
And I'm going with the recommendation, Mr. Mayor, but I hate to do this to you, Mr. Kelly, but can I just add one line underneath there, that the date of the actual celebration be done in consultation with the Matraville precinct?
Councillor Luxford, do you accept that as the move of the motion? Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor De Souza, then Councillor Olive. Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Celebrations are really important. Celebrations allow you to talk about your achievements, to share or talk about shared values. Take, for example, at Little Bay, when we won that momentous battle. I myself didn't go to the party, I'm not a party person, but the message we sent was to Mr. Triggerboff and Meriton, we're a small group, but with council's support, David can always beat Goliath. So it wasn't the party itself, but the message. It's always about the message. So coming back to Matraville and this No Incinerators campaign, that was a campaign which, when I remember, Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first, and Councillor De Rocha were the first to bring it to our attention. I thought, my God, it's a challenge. Oh, these two big companies, they're going to, and the government supposedly supporting them, we're going to have little hope. But we worked hard as a community. You know that old saying, yeah, you put in the effort and you get the results. Well, our community put in the effort and we got the results. I myself organised meetings with the Minister himself and the EPA, and we got some good outcomes. But this party, let's call it for what it's going to be, is about a celebration of community spirit. It's a celebration of David taking on Goliath, and what it does, it gives other members of the community hope. There are many battles we'll fight. Yarra Bay is now something that'll come to the forefront. There's a lot at stake. There are developments occurring in Coogee. David will always meet a Goliath, but when we celebrate our victories, we offer hope where now or sometimes there may be despair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Olive.
Yes, I just had a question to the relevant officer. Do the motions about the flags for no more incinerators just lapse and we don't spend that money? What happens with all of those motions about flags?
Just hold on.
Oh, did they go up? Did they?
Yeah, they did
go
go
up. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, I won't throw that to the relevant officer. Councillor Luxford is the mover of the motion. Do you wish to close the debate? No, thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, CP 39/22, Council's transition to net zero emissions, challenged by Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Change will not come, councillors, if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. I am very happy this council has acted boldly to address climate change. It has made remarkable progress in our transition towards zero emissions, and is evident in the report. By its actions, it has recognised right as well as reality that our climate is changing and we need to do something about it. We need to decrease our carbon footprint and our emissions. Since July 2022, Randwick City Council has successfully transitioned its electricity supply to renewable electricity. It has reduced council's emissions by over 80%. But we still have a long way to go to replace our ageing garbage trucks and our car fleet with electrical vehicles, and decrease our dependence on natural gas for heating our gas boilers. Although the transition initially may be costly, once the change occurs, costs will be cheaper and good for the environment. Climate change is real, councillors, and this is the most urgent of times and the most urgent of challenges. We have to address these challenges with honesty and courage. This should no longer be a political debate, but a human debate, because climate change threatens our very existence. It is our duty and should be paramount to us all to protect our planet for this and future generations. By supporting this report tonight, we will be taking decisive action to address climate change. Now is our moment for action, councillors. Now is our time to address climate change. This report gives us the opportunity to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor D'Souza, can I just confirm that you were moving the recommendation on the business paper?
Sorry?
Can I just confirm that you were moving the recommendation on the business
Yes,
paper?
yes, yes.
Thank you. Do I have a
Thank you.
seconder? I require a seconder.
Mr. Said.
I actually saw Councillor Chappell first. Councillor Chappell is the seconder. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Said can be the seconder. I require a seconder. Councillor Said is the seconder. Thank you. Councillor Said.
All I'd like to say is that as a council, we do take climate change seriously, as we have with the SS Rock, and I'm glad to say I was the mayor at the time that we fought hard to get the whole of the LGA under solar power, which we have, and we're quite proud that we've done it, and we're actually leading the way in climate change.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I absolutely associate myself with the words of the mover and the sentiments expressed there of the need to take urgent action on this. I've circulated a very brief proposed amendment that is an amendment to point B here. I note that the motion as moved refers to the heat pumps, the gas boilers for the heat pumps at Des Renford. The report itself identifies that the dome pool water heating was installed in 2012, requires servicing and could be identified for replacement. I'd suggest that 27-28 is too late for that replacement. My children and I utilise that pool quite frequently. It is often out of action. I'd suggest we seek to move that into the next budget as a priority item, because this is obviously one of our significant sources of emissions.
Thank you. So, do you have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded Pandafini. You accept it? Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Veach, you have a hand up to speak to the motion. You have a question, Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I have a question through the Mayor to the relevant council officer. This council voted on its environment strategy in late 2020. That took a couple of years of work with various motions to get to that point. And that motion, committed us to net zero emissions in council operations. And not only that, 60% emissions reductions across the entire LGA by 2030. Now, given that we voted on that in 2020, why did we then pay to upgrade our gas boilers at the Des Renford pool in complete contravention to our strategy? Why did we not investigate going to heat pumps? Like, we even had council staff working on the whole roadmap to get us to net zero, and part of that roadmap included getting rid of the boilers. I just don't understand. So much work goes into these strategies, and time again we just see reports coming to council that just seem to completely ignore them. So can I just ask, was there any consideration whatsoever of moving to a heat pump or electrification of that, given that we are now looking at spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on solar panels on the new Heffron Centre, of which council will receive not a cent in electricity reductions, that will go to the tenants. Why weren't we putting these on Des Renford and getting rid of,
Through to the relevant officer.
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, can I get you to repeat the question, Councillor Vood?
The question is, when we had an environment strategy in place in late 2020 that committed us to net zero emissions within council operations by 2030, why in 2021 did we replace the gas boilers at Des Renford Pool in the following year? Because it contravened our commitment to net zero, and it contravened our roadmap, our climate roadmap.
The Acting General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the preparation of the environment strategy, there were a number of strategic approaches that were working towards our reduction in net emissions. And you may recall that our carbon offsets was one of those options for council in terms of reducing our net emissions. Now, the targets, and certainly the 60% reduction overall, is sort of in line with the reduction in terms of increases in temperature for global warming. The decisions were made at the time relating to the pumps. I would need to go back and look at the rationale for that in terms of the cost-benefit analysis and the ability for council to actually provide that sort of infrastructure and the technology to be able to implement at that stage. So I'll have to take that part of the question on notice, Councillor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
I would have thought gas is a good form of heating for water, and the EU just recently ratified that nuclear and gas are now considered clean energies, green energies. So I don't know why we're even talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I'm sorry, almost got there. I saw Councillor Olive, then Councillor Hay.
Obviously, gas is a fossil fuel and contributes to greenhouse gases. And as we can see with what's happening with nuclear and happening in Ukraine, they have certain dangers in themselves, and also in the stability and the possibility for meltdowns and other problems. So, as a fuel source, the sun, you can't beat the sun.
Councillor Haig. Councillor Burst, no yelling across the chamber. Councillor Hay.
I'd like to ask a question through the mayor to the relevant officer. With regards to the existing gas boilers and heat pumps that are currently at Renford Leisure Centre, what is their current lifespan and when are they likely to come up and need replacement?
Mr Clark.
So, through you, Mr Mayor, the gas boilers are currently being replaced because they're at the end of life.
Thank you. Mr Hay?
A follow-up question. They are currently being replaced and they're... Okay. But is it dramatically more expensive to change from gas to another form of heating?
Mr Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't have the costings in front of me to respond to that question. I apologise, Councillor. The feasibility of non-gas solutions was considered in relation to this scope of works. However, it was deemed, given the current operational position of Des Renford, to not be feasible.
Thank you. If it's not feasible, as advised by the relevant officer, I cannot support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor De Souza, as the mover of the motion, would you like to close the debate?
Yes, nothing more to say.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Declare that carried. CP 40/22, relocation of wires at Randwick Environment Park. It is challenged by Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach, before you begin your address, could you just outline what it is that you are moving?
Yes, thank you. I've sent through an amendment to Mr Kelly. So it's just a small addition to the final dot point, which is to include options for additional enclosures and aviaries within the adopted budget. Councillors, at the moment, we're looking at a great project. Council is, if supported tonight, looking to contribute $400,000, which will match the grant. And I understand we are also seeking a contribution from Wires, which may be within the vicinity of $100,000 to $180,000, so bringing the project up to around $1 million. Now, at the moment, just find the page. If you look at page 25 of the business papers, just under the picture there, it says, this will be seeking to include around 8 small enclosures for mammals, mostly possums, and 3 enclosures for birds. Now, councillors, it's a lot of money for quite a small amount of enclosures. I'm sure we all know Wires volunteers, and having been to the current aviaries, as they refer to them, it's not really any more than they currently have, and it's not really adequate to the needs. As we heard from the speaker tonight, there's so many volunteers who are caring for animals at home, and I think for a lot of people that would pose significant challenges, particularly if they have kids or other pets or live in a noisy area. So I think it would be really good to just have some more options within the existing budget and probably even footprint consideration of more enclosures for the animals. I'm sure it is doable within an $800,000 to $1 million budget. Thank you.
Do I actually have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Sedd. Councillor Sedd is the seconder.
Mr Mayor, why I'm agreeing to this and seconding it is because I agree with the amendment, because I remember, if you see, the drawings were done in 2020 and I was actually at a meeting with Wires at the environmental part, and it was actually discussed that the building was a beautiful looking building, but in some ways it was a bit impractical for saving animals because there was less cages than what there are now in that sort of dilapidated area they have now. So I agree with Councillor Veach that sort of more money should be put towards not the aesthetics of the building, but probably towards the actual building itself where it could house more animals and where it could actually do a more practical use.
Thank you, Councillor Said. Are there any other speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veitch, you don't wish to close the debate? No. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. CP 41/22, challenged by Councillor Said. Councillor Said? No? Okay. Do you mind moving this, if that's all right? Or can I get someone just to move it in a second? Yep, moved, seconded, moved Councillor Said, seconded Councillor D'Souza. Okay, is there any debate? There being no debate. Councillor Said, just as the mover of this particular motion, can I ask one favour? Can you please include a point H, just noting that the Mayor was absent for the assessment of the community creative for this particular round? I'd just like that included in the record. Just the creative. Okay, thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. CP 42/22, McKean Street Plaza, Maroubra, moved Councillor Chappell. Could you outline what it is that you are moving?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sent to David Kelly just a very brief amendment, which I think just reflects some of the concerns raised in the community consultation. I love this plan. I think it's fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it being there. It has, however, been raised in the consultation and with me personally a number of occasions, just the concerns about the expanded area at the pub and the impact that might have on nearby residents particularly. And I just propose, we have noted that we will do an alcohol management plan for that, and I just propose that that reports back to council after this trial has happened, just so that we have a handle that all those concerns have been fully addressed, and that it's not going to be a friction point going forward for this proposal to be made permanent.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Veitch. All those, any other speakers? There being no further speakers. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, thank you. CP 43/22, public notification of the voluntary planning agreement 182 to 190 Anzac Parade. Councillor Rosenfeld is leaving the room. Thank you. Do I have a mover of the recommendation? Moved Councillor Hay. Okay, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Burst. Councillor Hay, can you please outline what it is that you are moving?
There was no challenge to this report. It's just a planning matter.
Okay, can I please have a mover of this particular motion? Moved Councillor Burst. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor D'Souza. Okay, thank you. Councillor Burst, could you please speak to your motion?
I'll reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor D'Souza. Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no other speakers, I assume, Councillor Burst, you don't wish to close the debate? No? Oh, Councillor Chappell has a question. Councillor Chappell.
Not a question, just a brief contribution, which is just that I know we keep getting told that this is the best we can do out of these deals, but the minuscule contribution here to affordable housing, the landscaping that mainly appears to benefit the developments themselves, I just think are completely inadequate for the size and scale of the development that we're allowing to go ahead here. And I think as a council, we need to start pushing back a bit more aggressively to get better things on the table so that we're actually not selling our communities out.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chappell. Just further to those comments, I have a question through to the relevant officer. The decision which we have in front of us, noting the comments from Councillor Chappell, what would be the implication were Council to refuse to enter into the voluntary planning agreement? And then a follow-up going, Does this agreement reflect the community infrastructure charge which is levied under K2K, and what avenues do we have to vary that at this particular point in time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the planning agreement is in accordance with Council's policies, and these are the infrastructure plans that were adopted by Council as part of the amendments to the LEP for the Kensington to Kingsford town centres. If Council was not to proceed with the planning agreement, which is the only mechanism by which gives effect to the community infrastructure contributions, for example, and some of the other public benefits in terms of the community link and the increased area of public open space through the civic plaza, then there is then the ability of the applicant to seek modifications to the consent to eliminate those aspects of the development. But yes, certainly if Council was of the mind that it didn't want to proceed with this level of contributions, which I must say was being based on feasibility analysis that were undertaken through the rezonings and accepted by the planning department, and in one respect it allowed us to increase our percentage contributions for 712 above the standard 1% to 2.5% being one of the examples. So Council would need to justify to the department that through a new contributions plan that those costs and charges would not be an impediment to new development in the area.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. Because it's a planning matter, we will go straight to a division. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor yep, thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Against.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veach.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Chappell.
Against.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McCafferty.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
Councillor Said. Councillor Burst.
For.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is for. I declare that carried. Thank you. CS 37/22 New South Wales e-scooter shared scheme trial. This has been challenged by Councillor Hay. Councillor Hay, could you please outline to the meeting what it is that you are moving?
Yes, I sent an email to Mr. Kelly if I asked him to bring up. I'd like to move this in amended form, adding a point C and a point D. One thing that isn't mentioned in this report is that a lot of e-scooter companies have various arrangements with local councils, including that councils can receive compensation per ride. As people pay through the app, councils can get a few cents per kilometre. That wasn't considered in this report, so it would be...
Councillor Hay, please continue.
It would be considered, if we could get a little bit more detail on what sort of mutually beneficial partnerships we can get with e-scooter companies that could potentially tip the scale. Also, I note that while City of Sydney has not been included, there is a good chance that Bayside Council will join this trial. So there is a possibility for a creative partnership with a nearby council. And with regards to point D, we do have to submit an application before the 30th of September. So perhaps point D is about perhaps keeping the door open, and we could join this perhaps halfway through the trial, just keeping the option open.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this moved in an amended fashion? Seconded by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst.
I think it's a great opportunity to, if we're sort of moving in the future and looking at e-scooters and e-bikes, this is an opportunity to raise some revenue for the council. It's another revenue stream potentially in the future. So we need to make sure that that's part of any agreement we support with e-scooters.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Luxford, then Councillor Nielsen, then I have Councillor Said. Councillor Luxford, and then Councillor Chapel.
Mayor, I just have a question through to the relevant officer. These scooters are actually illegal in New South Wales. So how is it that we would be able to do a trial if we did one? The second question is, are we able to accept, you know, cash from these people? Is that like cash for comment or something like this? Like, is that an ethical thing to do? To me, it's like prostitution. But, you know, yeah, so if someone could clarify that as well, I'd be happy.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The trial has what is referred to as trial parameters in terms of the locations that could be utilised for e-scooters. So, Councillor, you are correct in the fact that they are illegal in some parts of the state. However, for the trial, the locations such as bike paths, shared paths and some roads would be permissible within a trial zone only. And if an e-scooter was to participate on those roads, it had to travel within 20 kilometres an hour. In answer to the second question, the resolution, as Council can see on the board at the moment, is just in relation to the trial. So Council officers are still committed to investigating the feasibility of e-scooters in the LGA. However, on the basis of the concerns that are raised in relation to the trial, we are not recommending to proceed. In a similar vein, the consideration of any financial incentive to council during a trial more than likely wouldn't be feasible, given it's a short tenure. Should we move into a more fixed regime beyond a trial in the future, then that's when the financial considerations will be made in partnerships through the appropriate procurement methodology at that time.
From Councillor Luxford.
So you're saying in the trial there's designated areas where these scooters could travel and bike lanes, etc. What happens if they don't?
Councillor, Mr Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. So there is that exact question is one of the concerns of officers. So whilst the trial area is governed by what's referred to as a geofence, so the scooters themselves couldn't work outside of that trial zone. They, from a mechanical perspective, would switch off. But the regulation or enforcement inside the trial zone is a concern. So if they're not on a shared space that they're supposed to, or they're not on a road, it will be difficult for the police, through discussions with them, to be able to police that even in the trial at this time.
Thank you. I have Councillor Nielsen.
I don't support the motion as amended, or the recommendation with the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Hay. I would encourage my fellow councillors to oppose that and to support the recommendation in the business paper, which I think is very reasonable. I think we are well advised to go into this with a degree of caution, and I think those of us who are supportive of bike paths and improving bike facilities and so on, we want to continue working to improve the safety for our cyclists and of course also too for our pedestrians. So I would suggest that we vote against the motion that we have on the floor at the present time and go with the recommendation in the business paper.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Can I just confirm that you are foreshadowing moving the motion as recommended on the
I
business?
am. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sid. Then I have Councillor Chappell. Then I have Councillor Burst.
Actually, Mr Mayor, I'm in total agreement with Councillor Councillor Nielsen, that it's actually the way that the recommendation is written now to complete contradiction to itself. A says that it does not want to take part in the trial, yet C says we request that companies consider collaboratory results between us and them. And then Part D says that we're extending the submitting application. So we're saying we don't want to be part of it, but at the same time we're asking for an extension to be in it. So I agree with Councillor Nielsen that we should not, we should just go back to A and B and move on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Sid. Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I guess I'm speaking to the motion as amended, which I support. I think two things. One, electric scooters are rolling out everywhere, and it is a matter of kind of if not when. The advantage of council getting in early at this stage is we can kind of work out how it will work for our area on a relatively small scale before it comes in, presumably at a statewide level where we just have to deal with whatever happens. I think the second part is, and that these are well used, well loved. They stop a lot of short car trips. When I am in Canberra for Parliament, a large number of people who work in the parliamentary precinct use them to commute to and from the office because they are very, very convenient. They take up a lot less space than the e-bikes, which we have had rolled out to the area, and which I think are significantly more dangerous than these scooters. And they are a form of active transport, so they are not in opposition to the use of bike paths and things like that. The more people we have on our roads on things that are not cars, the better for the planet and for public and commuter safety.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I'd just like to make an amendment to go back to the original motion.
Councillor Burst, in light of the fact that that would really be a direct negative, Councillor Nielsen has foreshadowed that she will move the recommendation on the business paper in the event that this amendment is lost, which will give you the opportunity to vote for the original recommendation on the business paper. It's a direct negative, so it's technically out of order. You'll have the ability to do that if you would like. I can seek confirmation from the acting general manager. I think we'll be able to do exactly what you intend on doing in a slightly different way. All right, thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld.
I was recently in Brisbane and I noticed e-scooters being used, and I saw it was quite efficient. People were taking their e-scooters down to South Bank, and it was quite a good mode of transport, and across a couple of the bridges on Brisbane River. So having seen it, admittedly it was a Sunday or a weekend, Saturday, Sunday, but having seen it in action in Brisbane, I'm actually quite in favour of e-scooters, and I have been keenly following Minister Stokes and his work on promoting and the e-scooters for the various trials. So I have to say, in general, I'm in favour of e-scooters, having seen it in action in Brisbane. Thank you.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow that up and agree with that. We travelled to Hobart, didn't hire a car, used the e-scooters to get around the city. I've just, very fortunately been in Europe. I didn't get in a taxi once. I used the e-scooters to constantly get around. It was really cheap, it was really easy, it was really fun. It's just like we're going to have this extremely dense area in Kensington and Kingsford with not a lot of parking, which is fantastic. So what else are we offering? Let's catch up and get as Councillor Chappell said, like get in front and sign up to these. They're fantastic, and they're environmental, and it gets you outside, and people of all ages use them. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further...
With regard to the exact layout of the motion, the phrase, yes, if we remove the comma after trial, does the way that this is currently
point A or point B?
Actually, can I just amend my motion to completely remove point A, just to remove the contradiction? So, not that we that we would not explicitly comment on whether or not we're joining the motion yet, but that basically all we're doing is we're sending out a request for particulars and we're asking for more time before we join, or it can come back to council and we refuse to join the motion. The question to the relevant officer: if the motion is written in this way, is that the way it's understood, that we are not yet joining the scheme, but that we need a further vote?
Could I just put to Councillor Hay that in your new point A, it reads, monitors the e-scooter shared scheme trial and at the conclusion of the trial, review its impacts.
And if we could also remove at the conclusion of the trial.
Okay.
So just enough to leave, enough room to join the trial mid-scheme if we choose to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burst, do you still second this particular motion?
In its amended form, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hayes technically closed the debate. However, in light of the fact that it has changed, I will throw to Councillor Olive.
Just a question to the relevant officers. Do we know when the trial finishes or when it's due to finish?
Mr. Clark. We will.
Thank you. Through you, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I believe that it's a 12-month trial and it was activated in June, so I do say June next year.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Yes, I think a division will be required. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Pandafini.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veitch.
For.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Chappell. Councillor Rosenfeld.
For.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Said. Councillor Burst.
For.
Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is against. I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to the next item, CS 38/22, removal of significant weed infestation at Fred Hollows Reserve. I believe that is challenged by Councillor Pandafini. Seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Pandafini, could you just outline to the meeting what it is that you are moving?
Well, before I move an amendment, I want to ask the question through the relevant officer. Can I do that?
Yes.
Thanks. Yes. Just because I am not experienced in receiving these reports, this was a motion that I moved a few months ago. My reading of this report is that there's no kind of commitment to when this is actually going to happen. It's fantastic that more in-kind expenditure is being allocated, but it doesn't make clear that this is committing to removing the infestation and getting the reserve back to a point where regular maintenance can be done. So I just want some clarity around the report.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the increase in service levels is essentially a recurring maintenance service level. So the park or the reserve in its state all but is never going to be removed completely of weeds, given the soil profile and the nature of the reserve. So this, I would also say that the reserve is maintained regularly. This just increases the maintenance to speed up some of the weed removal works to get in maybe a slightly more presentable fashion, but it's an ongoing process. So the increase in service level is year on year to spend more time on this reserve in and amongst all of the reserves across Randwick's LGA. So it's not a one-off process, if that's clear, or a project that would remove weeds from Fred Hollows and then you start from scratch, so to speak. It's an ongoing process to try and maintain the reserve, given the soil profile, which allows weeds to regenerate really drastically.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. So would you say that this increase is going to assist in, okay, I understand that you're saying that when we can't get rid of all weeds, and obviously I understand that quite clearly, but to get it back to a manageable, like it's very, compared to other areas, it's very overgrown. So you know, from the pictures that I have seen and from visiting the site, the bush regeneration and the current like work that's done, it isn't even touching even a tiny bit. So is this going to, do you believe that this is actually going to make a dent in what it looks like at this point?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In the words of the bushland officers that developed the contents of the report, they do note that it will significantly and sustainably, so I think the increase in service level will significantly reduce the weed infestation, and then the year-on-year effort to continue that will sustainably reduce the weed and the threat and extent of weeds in Fred Hollows Reserve, so it'll be a significant effect.
If that's the case, I'd like to just add an amendment that it's reviewed, potentially, maybe, is it like, would that be a standard practice that it's reviewed in 6 months or something to see what this extra expenditure is actually doing?
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's practical. We can essentially take some before and after shots over a 6 month period.
David, would we be able to add that amendment that in 6 months it's reviewed, please, with before and after shots? Thank you.
I think that's there. Yeah, that is there. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen is the seconder of the motion. Do you accept it?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, thank you. Thank you. A question from Councillor Olive.
Sorry, another question to the relevant officer. I can be a relevant question. Just about Council does not endorse unsupervised volunteering in the reserve. Is there any way that it would be possible to build up, sort of a number of people who are volunteers and are able to just go in unsupervised? I mean, I know that there's a similar situation with Friends of Malabar Headland and in the national park area there, that they go in and work by themselves because they're a very trusted organisation and very trusted volunteers. And so this would make it easier to, many hands make light work, so may make it easier to actually move quicker on this problem. So I just ask for a response from the relevant officers.
Through to the relevant officer, Mr. Clark.
Oh.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The advice of council officers in regards to the Fred Hollows Reserve is that volunteering is not supported given the site conditions that are prevailed and the weed management practices that are occur. The specialist nature of those weed management practices would require supervision in that reserve.
Are there any further comments or questions? Okay. Just prior to the conclusion of the debate, I actually have a question. This report anticipates a budget variation for this particular financial year. I'm just curious as to, in your professional opinion, what the implications would be on the overall council-wide budget for this type of bush care activity going forward. Is it anticipated that in future years that there, with an increase in the service level at Fred Hollows, that there will be a relative variation across the city in terms of the expenditure in order to accommodate that change, or there will be a greater overall budget for this type of activity occurring across Randwick City?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. While the additional 66,000 is a variation to the current budget, I would anticipate to increase that or to maintain that service level, that budget would be increased naturally in the years to come.
Okay, thank you. So it's not anticipated that there would be a comparable decrease in other areas across the city as a result to accommodate this variation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's not the case.
Okay, thank you very much. There being no further speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Declare that carried. CS 39/22 Maroubra Fun Run and Oktoberfest, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I fully support the fun run, and I've participated in the past and seen how great it is for the community. But I actually have a question to the relevant officer through the Mayor, because I recently spoke to the South Maroubra Surf Club president, and he was of the view, because he spoke to Richard Walsh, that they were not actually sure whether it would be going ahead this year due to the lack of time and also problems with insurance. So I just wanted to clarify, is a fun run, or because you've had some conversations here, I can see an executive summary with Philip and Richard Walsh. Are they indicating now that the fun run and Oktoberfest will go ahead if this money is supplied?
Thank you. Through to the relevant officer.
Oh, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on the basis of conversations that have been facilitated with council office to date, we believe that the fun run is going ahead, and I'm not privy to any information otherwise.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford is the seconder of the motion. No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Chappell, you have a hand up, and then I have a hand up from Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I like running, and I'm going to beat Councillor Rosenfeld this year. My question through to the relevant officer is, obviously these costs have increased substantially. I would love to know if we think those costs are reasonable. It seems like quite a lot for traffic. But secondarily, it would be my sense that if we were contributing in this amount, this would probably make us the main financial contributor to the run, in which case it is currently called the Juniors Fun Run, and I wonder whether Council has looked at the option of ourselves having naming rights.
Through to the relevant officer.
Sorry if I missed the question, Councillor Chappell, but the question in relation to have we considered the naming rights, I don't believe Council has entered into that consideration yet or in the past. I may be wrong in the last few years, but it's always been the Oktoberfest Fun Run. The costs have definitely increased significantly. The extent of traffic control required for that 4 kilometre stretch of run is extensive.
Thank you. Can I just correct the record there that it is called the Juniors Fun Run on all of their available material, but not in ours? Can I get some clarity around that?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We'll take that on notice because, as I said, Council's commitment has always been to support the event, and I'm not aware of that particular naming of the event as yet, but we can certainly raise that with the operator.
Thank you. Just before I confirm, can I just confirm that Councillor Hamilton has her hand up?
I do have my hand up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Very supportive of this event, and I think that we should recognise that the amount of annual contribution back in 2012, so it's 10 years ago, so, you know, prices do increase. And yeah, I'm just interested to Councillor Chappell's point about the Maroubra Fun Run. I can see online that it's the Juniors Maroubra Fun Run and Oktoberfest, but their website is Maroubra Fun Run. So I don't think that it's really that closely affiliated with anything juniors. It's really very much a Maroubra beach event. And yes, I won't be running, but I might go down for a visit.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Said, am I correct that you had your hand up? Thank you. Well, sorry, just before you get up, were there any other councillors who were wishing to speak? No? Okay, Councillor Said.
Actually, I'm in agreement with Councillor Rosenfeld, and actually, I think I can answer, I'm only taking a good guess on Councillor Chappell's question. I think the juniors sponsored it. That's why, if you see 2019, it was 21,000, yet we still only paid 10,000. I have a feeling that the juniors aren't supporting it this year because of COVID. They probably don't have the money to do it. So that's probably why we're getting asked for the extra allocation. But also, at the same time, I was led to believe that there wouldn't be the fair part, which is probably the most popular part of the Oktoberfest. There's a fair, there's kids' rides, there's like an eco-living fair, there's rides and face painting and all that sort of stuff. So that doesn't seem to be mentioned in here. And I just, as Councillor Rosenfeld said, it'd be nice to know, and it'd be great if it was the whole Oktoberfest itself. It says Maroubra Fun Run Oktoberfest, but it really doesn't clarify it in any of the points. So if we can sort of find out if the whole thing is on. Not that I'm going to change more, I'll go with the recommendation, but we do need more clarity.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Just before I throw back to the mover, to Councillor Rosenfeld to close the debate, through to the relevant officer, can I just confirm where the donation of the proceeds go? To the relevant officer, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From my understanding in previous events, they've gone to the PNCs with the schools that have participated in one, Lions Club, the Rotary Club and Maroubra Surf Life Saving Club.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Oh no, that was done. Okay, CS 34/22, Councillors' Expenses and Facilities Policy, challenged by Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I just wanted to add or ask for a report into the carers leave. Currently it's $4,000, which I find quite prohibitive. As Councillor Hamilton just pointed out, inflation is real, and babysitting rates that for my babysitters are around $30, $35. So that $4,000 works out at an hour or two of babysitting per week. And I find that quite prohibitive. And I think increasing the carers leave will encourage more, hopefully, people to see it as a more viable thing to do, to be a counsellor, because currently I know it is an honour to serve the community, but it is not a high wage, and we do spend a lot of time reading, looking at reports, visiting people in the community, going to events, and so I'd like to get a report into the carers leave and whether that can be increased, and also to reflect the fact that it can be used for things other than just events.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pandolfini. I'd just like to confirm just the exact motion, because what was being moved as opposed to what was sent into Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, I wanted to change that to what I've just said then. So a report into increasing the carers leave. So rather than putting a price on it, just a report into it, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Seconded, Councillor Chappell. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We now go to CO35/22, delegations of authority. I believe that is challenged by Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, and I've sent through the amendment to Mr. Kelly to put up. Councillors, as I'm sure you're aware, delegations are highly regulated. They're set out in various acts of parliament and legislation. And in this case, the recommendation is that we basically approve all powers and functions of council that we can lawfully delegate, subject to certain limitations. As the elected body of council, it is our role to make decisions as to many matters that appear before us. And I know in the past, and this is not any reflection on our current general manager, but having reviewed delegations by other councils, there are significant variations. And this is essentially putting forward that certain delegations be brought back to, should be referred to council. Many of these things come before council in any case, but that is at the discretion of the general manager. I know in recent years, particularly decisions around leases, and I know there have been discussions about this at briefings, and I appreciate the information that was sent through. You know, examples are leases of significant council buildings that have sort of gone under the radar and have been, you know, really missed opportunities for council. So I would like to put this forward for consideration by council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Chappell. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Sid.
I just have a few questions to the mover. I'm trying to find it, the opening and closing of roads, if there's something like a burst water main or a gigantic pothole, does that mean opening and closing of a road will have to come to council for delegation?
Through to the relevant
officer. If the general manager can't do it?
Through
to to the mover. It's how does she envisage, I'm just trying to say, how do you envisage if there is a burst water main, it has to come to council first before we can close the road?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, from reading the nature of the delegations which are sought to be delegated back to council, I would suggest that some of these have implications for the operational nature of some of the functions that are carried out under these particular topics, And that is an example of the temporary closure of roads, which is a delegation and under the Roads Act to officers of the council. So I would suggest that perhaps, councillors, a report be brought back on these particular matters so that council can really understand what the operational implications of some of these decisions would be. Now, I just note that the closure of roads is a formal process and it's a statutory process, requires exhibition, and I don't recall any closing of a road as such for its disposal that has not been submitted to council for resolution. And similarly, in terms of a local environment plan, that is something that is required under the EP&A Act to get the council's resolution to do. So I'm not sure in terms of which particular powers under these functions that council is seeking that not be delegated through the general manager to the officers.
I'd be happy to have this brought back as a report. Certainly temporary road closures weren't considered to be within the remit of this. However, council does have areas that are designated as roads that are not currently used as roads, as for example down at Botany Bay in the vicinity of the cemetery. There is a road in that area that is not used. It's not even visible, but it is classified as a road. So there are, this is more like permanent closures and openings, but I would be happy to put an amendment to have a report brought back.
Sorry, Councillor Veitch, can I just confirm, Mr Kelly, could you please return back to the previous one, that for the inclusion of point B, in light of the advice from the Acting General Manager, that the proposed inclusion, could you just roll down for me? Mr Kelly, could you roll down for me? Thank you. That point B, that decisions to close or open a road be subject to a report. Is that correct? Councillor Veitch?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr Kelly, from my understanding, point B is the inclusion of word that decisions to close or open a road be subject to a further report. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Chappell, as on the report. Sorry, yes?
If you're going to do that, can I just finish off by saying I think point C needs to be in a report as well, because for two reasons. One, I don't know if anyone can take a good guess of how many places we lease, or when you consider like boat ramps, etc., etc., etc. There are a lot, and if it has to come to council, and also that the granting of those leases could become political, because people may know people, people might get good favour by leasing certain buildings to other people, and I think it should be in the hands of operations and not in the hands of. So if the mover accepts point C goes in there as well, I just want to make sure there's due diligence of the.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
Are there any others? To me, that was a significant one, and we did have a briefing. We have, in fact, been provided with a list of council leases already on the Councillor Hub in response to a briefing. So we have had a briefing on this. I mean, these may well come up in advance in a single list, and councillors would simply, if they would treat it as any other matter before council where they believe they have a conflict of interest. We wouldn't necessarily know who the proposed leasees are. It is simply in relation to a property. We wouldn't have to be notified as to who was perhaps intending to lease something or who was the current leasee. It simply relates to a property. And I can think of at least two examples where, you know, council properties that would have been of very high value to the community for a range of different uses have simply been leased out. They've even been the subject of discussion by councillors in an informal way with staff at times, saying, wouldn't this be great if this could be used as such and such? And then the next thing we know, it's gone up for lease. And I think even though we have been provided with a list, and I thank the staff for providing that to us, it's still very easy for something to slip under the radar And with many leases, at least 5 years, that's a council term. That's many years in the life of local residents where they're not potentially having access to a property. So actually, I think we've already been notified on that, and I would like to leave it.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell is the seconder on the motion.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, just to speak briefly to the motion, I think, firstly, just to respond to Councillor Said's comments about the politicisation, I mean, I think that would obviously be inappropriate if any of us was influenced in exercising our decision-making and not declaring the conflict of interest there. So that's not actually something that I think is a live concern for us. I also recognise the good work that has happened at Council in bringing most of this information to us for decision and for information, but as we know, we don't make rules for angels, we don't make rules hoping that this thing will continue to happen. I think it is part of our due diligence in our roles to exercise these powers and to make these significant decisions for our area, and facing our residents and saying, oh, we delegated all of that to the General Manager because we didn't feel like it was our job, I just think is a dereliction of that duty. So I commend the motion and the amendment.
I have a hand up from Councillor Burst, then Councillor Hay.
And Councillor McCafferty.
Thank you.
And Councillor McCafferty, thank you.
When I was elected as a councillor, my understanding of my role was that effectively councillors and the mayor, we are the board of directors and the CEO and the chairman of a company. The executive, the GM, and the executive team are there to implement those strategies. It's not for us to start micromanaging the executive team and the GM. I support the existing motion, and I will foreshadow if the amendment is rejected. But for us, I think it's important that we let our council get on with it. If you're working in an operations role, and a lot of these decisions are operational decisions as well, I don't want to be woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning for a council meeting because we've got to close a road. Those sort of decisions should be made by the operations team, and we should have support and the ability to delegate to those people to make sure they're doing their job and allow them to do their job. By us wanting to second guess all the time, that's crazy. We're going to stifle our council from being able to operate. So we need to let council get on with, and our executive and our GM get on with doing their jobs and running this council. So to start making amendments like this is crazy, and I won't be supporting this, and I'll foreshadow to go back to the original motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hay, and then I will go to Councillor McCafferty.
I'd like to ask a question or two to a relevant officer. Randwick Council has 14 different halls for hire. For example, the way, if we could scroll up a little, Mr. Kelly. The granting of a lease or license for use of council property. For example, let's say someone has to hire this room we're currently in for a birthday party or a wedding reception. Is the way this is written, does that need to come to council for a vote?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those sort of casual hall hires are not subject to lease or licence.
Of course not.
Yes. So what would be the minimum lease period that we would actually use a centre property for? There's a better way I can phrase that. What is an example of a decision that will now come to council if this were to pass?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It would be a whole range of council properties where there would be a renewal for a licence or a lease, for example, which is coming up, and where there were options involved as well.
Thank you. Councillor McCafferty.
I'm all good here, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Olive.
Just to say that there are a list of things that can't be delegated to the General Manager, and we have a whole list of them written there. So that contradicts the assertion by Councillor Burst that Council should delegate everything to the General Manager. And I think that it's true that other councils take on different levels of delegation, and so, so there's no reason why we can't do that at our council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There being no more speakers, Councillor Veach to close the debate. Thank you. I'll now put it. That's fine. We'll now go to a division. Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Pandolfini.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veach.
For.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Against.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty. Councillor McCafferty. Councillor McCafferty appears to have left the meeting. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
For.
Councillor Said. Councillor Burst.
Against?
Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is for. I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the next item of business, which is notice of motion from Councillor Hay, NM 63/22, supermarkets for Kensington and Kingsford. Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Okay. Excellent. So supermarkets are often the lifeblood of a community. When I was talking to Councillor D'Souza about the positive impact that having a Woolworths in Matraville brought business back to the shops in Matraville, and it absolutely, when you add a supermarket to an area, particularly a large format supermarket that can accept a large number of visitors, it means people can go to their local district and do their shopping. And once they do their shopping, they might get a haircut, they might get a coffee, and it brings a lot of foot traffic back to an area. I'd like everyone to, at some point, consider a map of where the major shopping centres are. You have just outside the council boundary, you've got South Point Shopping Centre, you've got East Gardens, you've got East Lakes, and you've got Green Square, Zetland. They have been, and to an extent Moore Park Super Centre as well, they have been placed there by other councils right on the Randwick Council boundary for the purpose of drawing Randwick shoppers out of Randwick and getting them to shop in another local council area. These are what we can do to bring back as much commerce as possible, is to have supermarkets built within the Kensington and Kingsford boundary. Kensington and Kingsford in particular do not have large format shopping centres, so they are a great opportunity to bring business back. Also, it means that there has been a large amount of development approved, particularly student housing in Kensington and Kingsford, where people don't own a car. Now, the thing about getting a supermarket that is a large format supermarket means that you can walk from your home to the supermarket, do your shopping, and that makes not having a car viable. So that saves a lot of time and money for struggling students, and also it means that other people in other houses can go without a car, or if they're a family, they can perhaps get by with only one car. And It significantly reduces traffic problems and significantly reduces the take-up of residents having on-street parking as well. I think that mostly covers it, and we need to bring back the buzz to Kensington and Kingsford.
Do I have a seconder to the motion? Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford is the seconder to the motion.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this motion. As most people know, my dad was a councillor on the council for 19 years, and for half of that, he fought the developments that happened in Kensington, and Kerry probably knows all this, for a supermarket in Kensington. The best we got was Foodworks. Foodworks is now dying because the light rail came along. There is no parking and nobody stops there to go to that little supermarket. In fact, 2 of his workers are working in Coles at East Village now. He's had to put them off. So I welcome a large supermarket shopping area for Kensington. It is something that we do need. I'm not in favour of the metro style type supermarkets. There's one that has just been put in East Lakes in the new development, and you can barely buy anything in it. If we're going to have a supermarket, it needs to be something decent that the people will go to. Otherwise, they're going to continue to leave the area, go to East Village, go to South Point, go to East Gardens, or go to Maroubra Junction for the closest big shopping area. Councillor Hay mentions, people not having cars. We also would need to have car parking attached with these supermarkets, because if we don't, the only people that will use them will be the people on Anzac Parade. The families that need to do a family shop will take their car and go elsewhere and not support these supermarkets. So I think we need to be mindful of some parking to allow for the Kensington community to get back together again, because Kensington was a little hub. We did have a supermarket, and we had 2, in fact, and they were quite large, and they brought the community together, and people saw each other when they were doing their shopping after school. The mums would gather, etc., etc. So if we want to bring back a sense of community or have our wake, up to you guys, we need to go with something that is attractive to the shopper. So I commend the motion.
Thank you. Councillor, can I just, I will go to you, Councillor De Souza. I did actually get a hand up from you, Councillor Burst, earlier. No? Okay, thank you, Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I can speak from experience on this. And I thank Mr. Brownlee and his team for believing in Matraville and the Matraville shopping strip. It was dead and gone. And him and his team, I guess Susan Williamson might have been an integral part of that team, believed that this centre had hope, or this shopping strip had hope. But to bring something back to life, to resuscitate something, you need not only the players, but you also need an anchor tenant. And I've learned that in business, you need a focal point. And Mr. Kiriakou, I'm sure, remembers the days when Matraville had nothing. But this shopping centre, well, not even a shopping centre, mini-mart for want of a better word, with an anchor tenant, Woolworths, the supermarket, changed, transformed Matraville. A renaissance occurred, and now we're not looking back. I think when I was the mayor, I had a vision for Kensington and Kingsford, supported by council. I guess it was called K2K. But in saying that, now Kingsford and Kensington are changing. So with change we need to embrace newer ideas. And a supermarket would make a big difference. A good supermarket, I'm talking about Woolworths, Coles, Aldi. Now, I think parking was something that was brought up. Again, in the Matraville area, parking was a concern, but of course, with these developments comes underground parking. And that addressed the problem of parking as well. But I fully support Councillor Hayes' idea. I think what it'll do, and I said to him either yesterday or today in discussion, that this will complement what council is doing and encouraging in that area. And a supermarket, and with that new, I think, Meek Street Plaza they're talking about, these kind of suggestions and ideas not only bring a community together, but they build that sense of community that we're so proud of in Randwick City, and they consolidate and bring people together. So, Councillor Hay, you have my full support, but most of these ideas should be evidence-based, and your evidence is the success of what has happened in Matraville, so you have my full support.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, just to say some unpopular things, as is a habit of mine. I do think we should take food deserts very seriously, and the lack of supermarkets in the Kingsford and Kensington area is a significant concern. I recognise, particularly for students and young people in the area, the inability to access cheap supermarket goods is a real cost of living issue. I think the idea that council has a role in enticing supermarkets to the area, and those supermarkets are of a specific size, is probably actually a misuse of our resources. We should not be prescribing that there. The way the development of supermarkets happens is it's based on population size triggers. They then investigate the area, find a suitable site and work from there. It may be that the most suitable supermarket for one of these areas is an Aldi, which is more likely to be 1,000 square metres than 2,000. Prescribing that we are spending council officers' time scoping out supermarkets rather than looking more generally at what constraints might be. Parking is going to be a significant constraint. And having one big supermarket in Kingsford that's not necessarily walkable for everybody in the local area could be an issue, because there isn't going to be parking. We know that. There's not going to be parking at the new apartments we're building. There's not going to be parking at the supermarket that's sufficient. So people are still going to drive to East Gardens, to South Point, to Maroubra Junction. I think we also want to be aware that when you put in a big supermarket like this, you run the risk of crueling your entire shopping strip. There's significant evidence from America that when you build these larger box supermarkets, particularly these duopoly style ones, that you actually kill your high street. People don't walk there anymore. They drive to the supermarket, they go to the supermarket, and unless it's very well integrated with their surrounding area, they don't walk outside. That would be a poor outcome. So I think it's quite odd that the champions of the free market are seeking to meddle in the market, using council resources to create something that isn't necessarily going to be an economically viable option for the area.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Luxford, then Councillor Sid.
The other day when we were having our briefing with Stella, she mentioned something, and through to the relevant officer, perhaps, Mr. Kiriakou, you can just refresh us on that, but Stella did mention that council was looking for supermarket to go somewhere on Anzac Parade. I think, from memory, maybe the block after Duke Street, but I'm not sure. If you could just, if you are aware and could refresh us on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is currently a development application that's just been recently lodged for a shop-top housing development, just in that block north of Duke Street, towards Peters of Kensington. It's a 1,500 metre square supermarket.
Thank you. Councillor Sid.
Mr. Mayor, I was just about to mention that, and also at the same time, I know I might sound a bit cynical, but I'd just like to remind councillors that when we vote against VPAs that offer us exhibition spaces, public plazas, urban design, affordable housing, in the one some people knocked back, there's provision for a public plaza through sites, dedicated multi-purpose, $2.5 million, $2.9 million towards it, $3.4 million towards affordable housing. So that's what the whole point of the VPA is, to ask the developers to build something and then give you something in return. And that in return is either a plaza, a shopping centre. They'll determine, supply and demand will say, as Councillor Chappell told us, will determine if they can build with their space and someone's willing to rent it and someone's willing to shop in it. And the only way you can do that is by taking what you can get, because these buildings in the VPAs, I don't want to harp on it, but they have been determined, they've gone through court and they're happening. And all we seem to be doing is saying that when someone goes to court and lawyers tell them what they have to give to us, and we've actually got through K2K a better deal than most other councils have, because we get 2.5%, whereas other councils get 1%, yet we keep knocking them back. But the more we accept these things and the more we accept what they're willing to give us, we can get shopping centres and we can get quite decent plazas and we can get urban renewal.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I'd like to just propose a very slight amendment to see if it's acceptable to the mover and seconder, which is just to remove the provision for 2,000 square metres. There are many options and alternatives for what constitutes a successful town centre, and I don't know that while in some areas a very large supermarket can attract patrons, in some instances you can also kill off town centres. I mean, look at what happened to Bondi Junction and Double Bay and also Oxford Street, Paddington, when Westfield was constructed. It didn't just kill off one high street, it killed off like three. And you simply have people going into a big shopping centre where the rent is astronomical, and the only sort of variation in shops there is sort of chains. You don't get the kind of small little different shops that I think we are looking to retain and also attract. You know, for example, Randwick Shopping Centre, Royal Randwick, which is in Westward, I don't think the metro there is 2,000 square metres, but look, that kind of maintains a good balance, I think. It's got a Woolies, it's got a really popular Harris Farm, it's got a fish shop, it's got a butcher, it's got a bakery, it's got a medical centre, and Belmore Road is not heaving, but it's still going pretty okay. There's a lot of cafes there. And so I just don't think we want to close out other options. And, you know, while they are quite, for some instances, good, I don't believe that any of the K2K has provision for that level of parking. I also know that Stage 3 development for the Newmarket, which is not yet on public exhibition, but will be very shortly, has increased the scope of the supermarket size that's being proposed there. And the local residents, even though it hasn't even gone on public exhibition, they are dead against it. And they are already contacting CBus, rallying against an increase in the shopping centre size at Stage 3, which isn't even on exhibition yet, so because of the increase in traffic. So I just think I would like to ask if, based on those, if the mover and seconder would consider removing the 2,000 square metre section and just keep reference to the supermarket.
Councillor Hay.
With respect, the area bound south of Peters to Kensington, bound by Anzac, Duke and Balfour, is not so large as to accommodate a whole shopping centre. And as mentioned by Mr. Kyriakou, an application has been put in for approximately 1,500 square metres. And the purpose of this motion is to give an incentive, give our development application team a little bit of ammo to go back to the developer and say, no, can we have something bigger which better suits the needs of the community? It's not going to be a 3,000 square metre supermarket, but just something a bit bigger that better suits our shoppers so people can live and work locally. So with that, I think Councillor Lux would agree with me. We should leave the motion as it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hay, do you need to close the debate? No? Thank you. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? I think that's carried. Thank you. NM 64/22, notice of motion from Councillor Burst, lighting at Woomera Reserve, Little Bay. Councillor Burst. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded Councillor D'Souza.
Yes. As you're all aware, in our operational budget and plan for 22-23, there will be an upgrade at the playgrounds at Woomera Reserve at Little Bay. This would be an opportunity to investigate lighting, as there'll be more children and families will be using the park. And with no lighting, this becomes a serious safety concern. I was down there only yesterday, and once the sun sets, it's quite a... Can I continue? Okay. So once the sun sets, it's quite a dark place, and if we're going to have more playgrounds there, I think it's important to have some extra lighting. The locals have all said that would be fantastic. It's, the park is frequented by a lot of dogs. A lot of owners take their dogs down there and they run around, and they said if we could just have an extra couple of hours of light, we could now, after work, come home, still give the dogs get a chance to go out and stretch their legs as well. So I'm asking that Council have a look at, investigate the lighting there along the pathway, and I think it's a simple request, but will help a lot of community members.
Councillor D'Souza, then I'll go to Councillor Luxford.
Reserve my right, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Luxford.
Just a question through to the mover. So are you calling for a report on this, or like, because our budget has already been set, so, or are you asking for these lights to be included in jump the queue in the budget? Right.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burst. I have a hand up from Councillor Chappell, then Councillor Said.
Sorry, just a question to the relevant officer. Do we light parks at night as a general matter of practice? I know I've just been told we don't on some other parks. And how is that decision made so that it doesn't impact on nearby residents? And just a third question, do we traditionally light playgrounds after dark? I assume we would not.
Okay. Through to the relevant officer, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Following the investigation on feasibility, there would either be a planning process embarked upon to install lights at Little Bay, Woomera Reserve specifically. There may be a review of environmental factors or environmental impact statement that would be required to install lights, which would be then, I suppose, inform a development application or development consent conditions. In regards to the playground question, it's not general practice to light playgrounds at night. Should that change, it possibly would be a policy decision change of council.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
The question to the relevant officer, I think there's only cricket down at Woomera Oval. Is there any chance that, because we need green space drastically or playing fields drastically, if we were ever in the future put lights in there, could that be used as a potential whatever field, soccer, whatever? Is it big enough? I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I definitely have to take that on notice. Lighting just in general is something we are definitely investigating in parks, and I dare say there will be reports brought back to Council in the future on lighting opportunities. In essence of this particular resolution, it's something that we can look at whilst we're investigating the lighting.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers?
I'd like to close the debate.
All yours, Councillor Booth. You can close the debate.
No, I'm happy for everybody to vote on it. Move on. Let's get through the night.
All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. NM 65/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, support for Julian Assange. Councillor Veitch, moved Councillor Veitch, seconded Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. I won't speak for long. I think the Speaker spoke very well tonight and allowed councillors an opportunity to ask some questions. I think we're all very familiar with the history of Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. And remember, in some senses, this is about WikiLeaks. And I think it's hard to imagine that many of us would disagree with the idea that an open source where people can, disclose information to the public that is essential for the public interest can only be a good thing. This is really what this is about. It's about the control of information and what information is the public entitled to, and what do governments or institutions believe needs to be kept behind closed doors. WikiLeaks is an open source. The idea about it is that the original documents are there, so any member of the public isn't even necessarily just taking a journalist's view on it, opinion. They can read the article in whatever media platform that they choose, and then if they so wish, they can go to the original documents and make up their own minds. It's about transparency, and it's about keeping governments and institutions and holding them to account. It's critically important, and some of you may have seen the recent documentary Ithaca, which was produced by Gabriel Shipton, who spoke tonight, and directed by a very eminent Australian director, Ben Lawrence. And in that documentary, which was aired on ABC TV, Niels Melzer, the UN rapporteur on something, it'll be a long night, noted that it's highly likely, it's probable that the ongoing incarceration of Julian Assange has already had the intended effect, which is that possibly there are other people, other Chelsea Mannings out there, other people who have made the decision not to share perhaps material that we should already know about that could have related to war crimes, high-level political corruption, human rights abuses. We'll just never know, because of the dampening and deadening effect that the incarceration and trial of Julian Assange has no doubt had on, public servants and others in positions where they may have access to things that most of us don't. Julian Assange has suffered enough. He has been in Belmarsh prison. It's a prison that is hundreds of years old. It traditionally holds the most violent and dangerous criminals. It's not normally used as a remand prison. Most prisoners on remand during COVID were sent home to including in Australia, to avoid being infected with COVID, and he has recently suffered a stroke. I cannot imagine what he must be going through at this time, facing extradition to the US, and I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Nielsen as the seconder. I had a hand up from Councillor McCafferty, who I believe is no longer in the meeting again. Is that? Can I just confirm? Councillor McCafferty is no longer in the meeting. Councillor D'Souza. Oh no, sorry, I apologise. Councillor Nielsen is the seconder, and then Councillor D'Souza.
Reserve my right. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor D'Souza.
When this matter came to council a few years ago, I had made my mind up. It wasn't really part of the scope of this council, it was outside our ability to make decisions. But today, I look at it very differently. Because it isn't just about Julian Assange. This is about freedom of speech and the power of the censor to restrict what we see and hear. I believe when you commit a crime, if he has committed a crime, then he should do his time. This Australian has been imprisoned for 7 years. Well, not always in jail, of course, time at the embassy, etc. But anyway, he suffered. He suffered a lot. And what did he suffer for? For, as I said, for telling the truth. My hero was Nelson Mandela. He was in prison in Robben Island for 23 years. In the early days, those of us that followed the news, the censored news, we were told Mandela was a terrorist. We weren't told about his values or what he was really fighting for or what he really believed in and stood for. The censors told us a different story. It was only the rugby players and others and the sports boycotts that made a difference. I'll end with a poem by William Ernest Henley that inspired Mr. Mandela. The same poem, I'm sure, inspires Mr. Assange, who I fully support. Now, he says, out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In this fell clutch of circumstance, I may not winced or cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears lies but the horror of the shade. And time finds me and finds me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul, Invictus. I'll leave it at that, and I hope if Mr. Assange ever, I'm sure he reads this poem many times, it inspires him. It's all about freedom of speech, the freedom to tell the truth. I know many people were hurt as I asked a vexed question, but the time has come, as Peter Garrett would say, to make ends, to do our share. Let's bring this Australian home. If he has to serve time, let him serve it in an Australian prison. And let's give him the opportunity to live out his days in some form of dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld.
I don't disagree with the speakers so far about Julian Assange. I just don't think it's really an issue for local government. And if it is successful and the Mayor does write to the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, Attorney General, I really don't see what influence they'll have, because they'll probably see that letter and say, well, it's not really a local government issue. So that I really think we should be discussing issues that are related to local government in our LGA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
I just want to briefly speak in support of the motion. I think it's very powerful. I think Mr. Shipton was very clear that the solidarity for Julian Assange, wherever it comes from, is welcome and a necessary part of getting the political action needed to bring him home. And I would like to commend the motion.
Councillor Hay.
I'd like to very briefly read part of a joint statement made by the Honourable Penny Wong and the Honourable Mark Dreyfus. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade will continue to offer consular assistance to Mr Assange, noting that Australia is not a party to Mr Assange's case, nor can the Australian government intervene in the legal matters of another country. The whole the whole press release goes into a bit more detail. Is it wise that Randwick Council seek a position which is opposed to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Attorney General?
Thank you.
To the original mover.
Thank you. To the original mover.
Look, it's interesting you asked that question. A couple of years ago, and I'm sure before my time on council as well, well, I can only speak for the time that I was on council, but I know these debates have been going much longer than that. When you mention the two words climate and change together in a sentence, this council would go into a meltdown. A meltdown. When you mentioned, wow, we need to stop global warming, or what can council do, people went ballistic. Not everyone, but some councillors, not in this chamber, in the previous council. And then something interesting happened. It was called the Black Summer bushfires. And for some reason, and you may remember for 3 months, even though the bushfires weren't here in the Randwick LGA, wow, there was plenty of smoke. I'm addressing the question put to me by
Councillor Veitch, hold on, thank you.
And so I would like...
Councillor Veitch, hold on. Councillor Hamilton has called a point of order. I don't know what the point of order is, so I will hear from her what the point of order is, please.
Thank you. The point of order is the discussion that Councillor Veitch is making has nothing to do with this notice of motion in support of Julian Assange. Councillor Veitch is talking about climate change and global warming. So if she could redirect her comments to the motion, I think that would be more appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I believe it's a bit of rhetorical flourish to make the point as it relates to the motion. Councillor Veitch, please continue.
Thank you. So in responding to Councillor Hay's question, things that at certain periods of time some people may not believe are relevant to local government, eventually they come to realise that they are something that affects us all. And we are all, this council has twice affirmed its support for freedom of the press in public, back in 2019 and also this year in commemorating World Press Freedom Day. Freedom of the press is something that's important for local residents, for those of us in local government, in state government, in federal government, in the corporate sector. Freedom of the press is something that as councillors we should value and affirm to our constituents that we support. So freedom of the press and freedom for journalists to go about their business is something that is relevant to local government, and that is why I'm putting up this motion, and that is why Mr Shipton came and spoke in support. We even heard, for those of us who attended the Local Government New South Wales International Women's Day breakfast or lunch earlier this year, Julian Assange's counsel, Jennifer Robinson, was the keynote speaker, and I put to her, does it make any difference? And she said yes. She said whether it's this or just human rights in general, excuse me.
It is a point of order. I will hear it. Councillor Hamilton.
I believe that Councillor Veitch has already answered the question that Councillor Hay asked, and she's extending the debate beyond the question that was asked of her.
I will uphold that point of order. She will have the opportunity to close the debate if required. So we will return to the substantive debate. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Olive, then I'll go to Councillor Sid.
Yes, when I worked at Macquarie University, I worked with Sean Turnell, who now is in jail in Myanmar, and the federal government has made representations on his behalf for freedom. Why not with Julian Assange?
Mr. Mayor, I used to question why this would come, but actually now the more I think about it, and I agreed with it last time and I agree with it even more now, as WikiLeaks exposed one of the greatest war crimes we've ever had with the invasion of Iraq. But the essence of this and why it relates to council, in my opinion, is that he's an Australian citizen. And an Australian citizen to be languished the way he has been, I find quite abhorrent that no government will support an Australian citizen overseas. And I like to think that my citizenship is more important than agreeing with multinationals that just don't want their secrets to come out. So I admire this. I think that an Australian citizen should be looked after. Our government should do everything in their power to bring him back. And thank you for bringing it to the council.
Now put the motion. Councillor Veitch, you don't need to close the debate. Okay, thank you. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? No. I declare that carried. Thank you. We will now move on. NM 66/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, Local Government New South Wales 2022 Annual Conference supporting the transition to net zero in our communities. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is just another motion in support of reducing our emissions. It's a matter to go to the Local Government New South Wales conference in a few months' time. We really need the support of the state government to really put our policies into effect. And it would be appropriate to call on the New South Wales government to further support councils, particularly in relation to residents who currently have difficulties accessing renewables. You can purchase green power, but it's an additional expense on top of your energy bill if you are purchasing all of your energy through the grid. Whereas for those of us who are fortunate to be able to install rooftop on our solar on our own homes, perhaps get a battery and perhaps even get a council contribution, that's really only available to homeowners or people who live in a standalone home. It is not something that's available to renters and it's extremely difficult if you live in an apartment block. So they are the people who are locked out of accessing affordable renewables. They do bring your power bills down, and we know that power, the energy costs are going through the roof. It's a bad pun, but it's true, and so I hope you'll support this motion so we can work together. SS Rock at the last meeting confirmed that they are already starting to do work on this, and I hope you'll support the motion.
Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. NM 67/22, notice of motion from Councillor Pandolfini, Reimagine International Women's Day Art Prize. Councillor Pandolfini.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say briefly, I circulated an email from one of our community members who I spoke to at the wonderful prize. She was the art therapist and taught the woman who won the prize this year, who was a 90-year-old resident of the community. It's a fantastic prize, but these people weren't thinking that they could come because it wasn't a very accessible, accessible space. It's currently at the Environmental Park, which is an incredible space. It is not a gallery. It is not a space for artwork, and it has worked fantastically and been functional, but it doesn't reflect a prestigious prize. It doesn't. It's not professional. The work can only be hung there for like a day, and then half of it gets moved to the Bowen Library. It's a very clunky process, and I would really love to see this prize getting more attention and more artists entering. So it'd be great for the staff to look into some of the options. One of those being holding it in the most beautiful Randwick Town Hall on the new walls that we are going to have at some stage. So yeah, I hope you support this motion. Thanks.
Councillor Nielsen is the seconder.
Yes, I think that it's time for the International Women's Day Arts Prize to have certain changes made. I agree with the comments that Councillor Pandolfini has made, but I think it does need a certain amount of consideration. So I think getting a report back is a useful way of us moving forward, and moving forward in a positive way, because certainly there are improvements that need to be made. I mean, even like last year's, for example, when we didn't have a catalogue, first time that's never happened, and it is an incredibly difficult operation for the staff in terms of putting those paintings up or artworks up and getting them down again. The amount of work they do, juggling it all, is quite incredible. So I think moving forward with a report, but in a positive way, because I think this is something we should definitely be encouraging, is a good way to go.
Councillor Said.
Very quick question, Mr Mayor, because I agree with this. I commend the mover. I just need to ask the relevant officer, have a policy about partnerships, sponsorships? Because I think it's a good idea, but I think in the past we haven't done it. For example, if an art supply company wanted to donate prizes, can they in our policies? Or do we have something against that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council doesn't have an adopted sponsorship policy as yet, but it's something we have been working on and would consider in the context of this report.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put the report. All those in favour? All those against?
Yes.
I declare that carried. Councillors, I'm going to call for a 2-minute toilet break. We're making excellent time. And I would like us to continue to do that, so we're going to keep it short, and then we'll power through the agenda. minutes. I now reopen the meeting at 10:18 p.m. You can now be seated. Thank you. We now move to the next notice of motion, NM 68/22, in the name of Councillor D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza, you have the floor. Seconded by Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Councillor Burst. Councillor Sade would have done the same, because the three ward councillors are on side when it comes to this. Mr. Mayor, my father would say, when you see something that's not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something, you have to do something. Port noise has once again reached unacceptable levels in the South Ward. The Port Authority and the three major companies, Patrick's, Dubai Ports and Hutchinson, need to review their noise abatement strategies, as they are not working anymore, and it's causing the community distress. Around 1,600 ships carrying over 2.5 million containers pass through Port Botany each year to support the largest population centre in this country. The noise from these vessels as they load and unload their cargo can be loud and discomforting for the locals, depending on the wind and weather conditions. The noise only gets worse as it is amplified. Local residents who are victims of this noise pollution are requesting their ward councillors and the council to act and liaise with the relevant government authorities, in particular the EPA and the Minister, to once again review the noise abatement strategy in place at Port Botany. Simple things like tree planting and physical barriers, as they do all around the ports in other countries, would be a good start. Not only improving the aesthetics of the area, but also muffling the noise. Acoustics can be controlled by absorbing sound, muffling sound, reflecting sound. The solutions to these problems can be addressed by implementing strategies used around the world successfully. So this is a problem that can be solved. We need government intervention and funding to implement strategies to protect our communities. Sound, unlike light, travels in waves. And on any given day, depending on the wind, the waves can integrate and lead to unbearable and unacceptable acoustics, leading to sleep deprivation and compromise the quality of life of most local residents. Needless to say, this is leading to a health problem. Sleep deprivation can lead to depression and create unsafe workplaces. We have a duty of care to our residents, councillors, to act and protect them from the soul-destroying noise pollution. I hope all the councils will support my motion. I have made an amendment, I think Mr. Kelly's put it on the screen, and it was brought to my attention we would have a bit more clout if we write a letter through the Mayor, of course, and the Council to our state and federal members and asking them to be involved in our campaign to address. Mr. Mayor, you have something to say on it?
No, please continue.
So you've put the amendment. I won't reread it or anything. So thank you, Council. I hope you support it. This is more what the community wants. So I hope it's something you'll all support. I know the ward councillors do.
Just on that, Mr. Kelly, I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest that I am employed by the state member named in relation to this. Can you just note that in the minutes? I will be participating in the matter. Thank you. Thank you. We can now continue on. Mr. Burst is the seconder of the motion.
We always talk about things like mental health, and a lack of sleep is one of the key factors that affects people with mental health. So it's important that we try and fix this problem. It's probably the last 10 years it's been going for now. It goes through ebbs and flows, and depending on what ships come in, if they're refrigerated or not refrigerated, what sort of fuels they use, what sort of generators they got on board. So there's a whole lot of different variables. So it's like finding the needle in the haystack as well. But I think if we set a standard and puts pressure on those shipping companies and the ports to find a solution and that's acceptable for all of the community. The many residents that I've spoken to, that also my fellow South Ward councillors have spoken to, it's unbelievable. I don't think there's anybody that I've spoken to that doesn't say that they've lost some sort of sleep in the last 3 months or 6 months from port noise. So it's something we need to fix, and we look forward to everybody supporting this so we can send a clear message that we need to come up with a positive solution for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
I'm really happy to support this. I've got a question to the mover. Are there any sort of curfews on the loading and unloading? Like, is this happening all through the night? So we've got airport curfews, but not for... So, yeah, I'm just curious to know.
This is the 24/7 operation. And yes, so we can't control that aspect, but what we can control, as I said, sound waves, and so we're talking about a peripheral strategy with tree planting or physical barriers. But yeah, so we're not asking them to regulate their hours. We're asking how for 9 years we've managed the problem, but now post-COVID there are more vessels coming into the port and etc. So the problem is now being exacerbated. I hope sort of, but it is a 24/7 operation, you're right.
Do you think it would be worth asking about something like glazing, you know, like they did when they put in the third runway? You know, would that be... I'm not going to suggest an amendment, but I'm just curious because that was one of the few things that I think helped. I don't know how much it helped the residents, like around Tempe and so on, you know, to actually help it. I don't know. If it's, you know, it sounds like it's very bad.
I'm quite happy with the way things are. As I said, all we're asking for is review and improvement. There's an old saying, good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good is better and your better is your best. I think this particular group can do better. And if we have support of both our federal and state members, I think we'll have more clout like we did with the incinerator campaign, and we might have a positive outcome for the community. But we don't want to worry about regulating their hours of operation, etc. That's beyond our scope and capacity.
Yep. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Just for the benefit of the meeting and any members of the public who may be listening, recently alongside the member from Maroubra, I actually met with the Minister for the Environment in relation to this particular issue, and the noise issues canvassed were raised, including potentially looking at the relevant regulatory actions which the EPA can take in relation to this particular matter. We're awaiting a further response for them in relation to this. I've got no further comments to add outside of that. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. NM 69/22, notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, proposed alcohol-free zone, Green Street, Maroubra, from Anzac Parade to Garden Street. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to quickly explain the amendment that I sent through to David, initially mentioned alcohol prohibitive zone, but the alcohol prohibitive zone is for parks, as had been explained by council officers. Alcohol free zone is for streets, so that's why that was changed. you may or may not be aware, but currently there's an alcohol-free zone in Maroubra Junction and surrounds along Anzac Parade and also along Maroubra Road. There's no current alcohol-free zone on Green Street, hence this notice of motion. As you heard from the resident earlier, there are issues in the street with a lot of antisocial behaviour. I've witnessed this behaviour myself when visiting businesses in the area, and basically, apart from the resident that spoke today, I've had other residents complaining more or less since I've been elected to council, and I thought it is time to propose the alcohol-free zone, which will assist police in dealing with the issue. Also, as you would have noticed from my amendment, it is required by council to consult with the necessary bodies, i.e. local police, local licensees and registered clubs and the like, and they will do so should this be successful. Yep, I'm happy to put this notice of motion to council.
Councillor Pandolfini.
This
Councillor said is the seconder of the motion. Okay, Councillor. I'm actually going to allow Councillor Pandolfini to continue.
I guess I have to say that this concerns me. I have young daughters as well, and there's various areas that Randwick racecourse is an area on a night, like I call them like the zombies. Like it is petrifying for to be around that level of alcoholism, but I cannot imagine that we're going to move to then shut down that zone. I just think this is a bit of a slippery slope, and I was really disappointed to hear that there hadn't been any type of kind of conversation, like a bit of a round table between the council, this health clinic, obviously, and the police to get some kind of, what are we going to just, to get some kind of resolution. It's an awful thing to have to like step over drunk people, and it's scary and it sounds horrible, but I would think that the first thing that we would try and do is have some kind of community, because we're here to represent the community, like community conversations and consultations before we just like whack an alcohol-free zone without even speaking to the clinic at all. Like, wouldn't that be the first step? And then trial that, and then if it is just an absolutely chronic issue that the clinic will not address or cannot address, then perhaps then we look at this. But to just whack this on after it, I just think, like, are we just going to do this to all the streets? And it's just, to me, feels like over-policing without any work behind it.
If I can just respond to that, that's actually in my amendment. As required, consultations to take place with the necessary bodies, which includes local police, local licensees, also Aboriginal groups, also discriminatory bodies. So that's basically, I've been told that by council officers that a full consultation will take place before an alcohol-free zone is enabled.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you to the relevant officer. I understand that near this, in the centre of Anzac Parade at Maroubra Junction, is a kind of park seating area, and I just wanted to ask, is that currently designated as an alcohol prohibited zone?
Through to the relevant officer. Someone needs to answer it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that section of Anzac Parade is.
Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question, and I totally take Councillor Rosenfeld's motion on its face. I regularly actually am on Green Street for other purposes. There is actually alcohol-free signage there. And so the question I have is to the relevant officer, what is the effect of that if it is not currently designated an alcohol-free zone? It is on the presence of Anzac Parade on the intersection there. There is also a sign which appears to me very new outside of the Green Street car park, and I believe there is one at the other side at Garden Street as well. And I just want to understand what the effect of them are if they have no effect and why they're up.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. There are currently signs out on site, and I can't comment on the reasons specifically for their installation being some time ago that I believe they were installed. However, I believe from just observing the site myself that they act as a visual deterrent just by way of signage, but cannot be enforced.
I have a follow-up question. Are the people who frequent that particular site aware of that fact? No? Okay.
No.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you. A follow-up question from Councillor Chappell.
Not a question, just a brief comment, which is to say putting an alcohol-free zone on Green Street would then beg the question of where these people are supposed to go. And if they can't go sit at the seating in the middle of Anzac Parade, which looks perfectly fit for purpose and would certainly be less disruptive for local residents, then I think it's an open question where they can go. And moving the problem around doesn't actually address the problem. So I'd like to echo Councillor Pandolfini's recommendations that this is actually more usefully solved by a conversation and an actual plan where we talk to everybody, including the people involved, not just the police or whoever, but the actual people involved, to see whether a workable solution could be found, because what this will do is just have police moving them to other places.
Councillor said.
Mr Mayor, I seconded this, and I don't think this goes far enough, actually. I don't think people realise that this has been going on for years. I don't think people realise that the South Ward buses stop at the Green Street bus stop, and people get assaulted every night when they try to go. That's why there's security guards get on the bus and they stay there all night to protect people at that bus stop. And as you know, Mr Mayor, because you were assaulted 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you're one of the victims of the people that hang out at this spot. It is one of the worst spots in the whole of the LGA, and why it hasn't been cleaned up by now, I have no idea. I just don't understand how people who live in this street, how it's not being policed, and I really think we need to take stronger action with the police because, and don't forget, we were actually, this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to spend $2 million on the Oasis, because I brought it down to $1 million, because if it's going to be a public place for just so people can drink there, I don't think it's worth spending $2 million on. I don't think it's spending anything on. But in the meantime, and that's why we deliberately cut back the bushes so that people could see them in the public park. But I really think something has to happen. This has been going on. My daughter was nearly accosted there nearly 10 years ago, so it's been happening for a long time. I really think more needs to happen. Maroubra Junction's coming up in the world. It just should not be happening. And I hear that lady, and she justified it terrifically when she said, my daughter and my family come first, and I am totally with her. So thank you, Mr Rosenfeld.
I have a hand up from Councillor Luxford, then I'll go to Councillor Olive.
Yeah, I totally echo Councillor Said's comments. It's been a problem for forever down there. As we know, Mr Mayor, you had an altercation down there with somebody and, you know, it wasn't pleasant. We've cut the funding on that little so-called new oasis because of the fact that if they're not in Green Street or over by the bus stop causing havoc, they are then sitting in that little park area. And I think that we should take this further across to the park as well, to, you know, start to clean that area up, because nobody goes to Maroubra Junction after 5 o'clock at night. You take your life into your own hands if you're going to get off the bus down there, and they have security there for that very reason. Bus drivers have been accosted, bus drivers have had things thrown at them. It's not just these people, it is the youth as well. But I think that if we're going to be doing this for Green Street, we should maybe put in another dot point there to also extend it across to the park in Anzac Parade. I know, but I mean, we should police the park as well as the Green Street area more vigilantly, perhaps.
Councillor Olive.
I echo the statements that people have made about how difficult this situation must be, and you know, sort of. But one thing that it seems seems like it may be long-standing, but no one has said whether a first step approach has been taken, where you have, you know, sort of a multi-service roundtable consultation, all those initial steps that you would expect to take. Sorry? No, the problem that I have with the motion is it's the wrong way round. It doesn't start with those first levels of consultation, trying to, you know, get stakeholders together to see whether something can be worked out, and then as a last resort going to an alcohol-free zone. So that's the problem that I have with this particular motion, and I think that we should start with those initial steps, because I think there are problems that will occur, and as Councillor Chappell has said, you know, people will go elsewhere, but then and we'll move the problem onto elsewhere. So, you know, sort of, I think that if you can solve the problem, then you're, or at least take steps towards that, then you're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I actually support Councillor Olive's points that he's raised, because I'm not totally across the issues involved in the area that we're talking about, but I do feel very uncomfortable being so prescriptive about an outcome when we are not sure exactly of what the problem, well, we might know the problem, but we don't know why, and we haven't really worked out how we can positively solve it. There's no great, it's going to be no great solution just putting signs up. We need to do something a bit more positive than that. So I could see that Councillor Rosenfeld was nodding, at least that's how I interpreted his expression when Councillor Olive was speaking, but the point that Councillor Olive, the points he was making are addressed in point B, but I think it would be much better if, and I'm sorry I can't think on my feet quickly enough to come up with an amended motion on this, but perhaps Councillor Rosenfeld, you might consider putting more in the, rather than council introduce, council hold consultation around, with necessary bodies around the issues to address the alcohol associated issues down in Garden Street, Green Street and Garden Street, and go from there, rather than being so prescriptive. Maybe you're thinking, you've a bit more experience now, Madam Deputy Mayor, you're working in the big house, perhaps you can use your worldly experience to help perhaps temper down this motion at the moment, please.
Thank you. I'm assuming that Councillor Rosenfeld, I think that was a suggestion around the amendment. Do you accept, reject?
Well, it's already in there because it clearly says in B, as required, full consultations to take place with the necessary bodies. I've only said 2 of the bodies, but there is the Anti-Discrimination Board, there is an local Aboriginal, obviously, bodies, which is the Land Council. So there's a complete full consultation to take place anyway. So I believe I've already covered that in the motion. It's not going to come in until the full consultation has taken place. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Councillor D'Souza, then Councillor Veach, then Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine was just a question to the relevant officer. Do you think better lighting at this particular place might act as an inherent to, inhibit antisocial behaviour, prevent better lighting? What do you think, Todd? Oh, this is daytime drinking is occurring and nighttime. Oh, okay. But at nighttime, do you think we could consider that? And then I'll speak on the matter.
Through to the relevant officer. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe anecdotally the problem exists in the daytime, not the nighttime.
Thank you, Councillor Veach, then Councillor Pandolfini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd like to put up an amendment. I think there have been some very good comments and insights put forward by a number of the councillors onto this issue. I'd like to put up an amendment that we defer consideration of the alcohol-free zone pending consultation with all relevant stakeholders, including the people who are the subject of the complaint. Councillors, I also spend a lot of time in Maroubra Junction. I've caught those buses. There are worse places in Sydney. I mean, you're not taking your life into your own hands, actually. And, a lot of us, apart from anything else, spend a lot of time up there on pre-poll. And when you're going around, I've met so many people with really genuine problems who come to Maroubra Junction. They've got serious mental health issues, people with no food, and some of those people are actually really well supported by some of those local businesses who know them, who feed them, who know them by name. We need to be supporting all of our residents. We can't just move the problem on and sweep it under the carpet. So I totally feel for the residents who it's totally within their right not to want to have to deal with, people who are drunk and so on. That's the last thing you want to have to deal with outside your own home. But the residents who are the subject of the complaint are also our constituents, actually, and they've probably got some very serious problems. And the reason they're washing up in Maroubra Junction and wherever, having a drink, is because they're self-medicating on alcohol as whatever else they're required to take. And maybe with a little bit of support, we could try and address some of those issues. I don't see anyone here calling on their local MPs to write to the minister to try and help these people, because there's literally no money if you're living housing commission or if you're homeless, and we have a massive homelessness problem. So let's get some support out there, and I'll add to that, and that we call on our local MPs to make representations for increased funding for the most disadvantaged people in our community. Thank you.
Just on that, on the inclusion, Councillor, Mr. Kelly, it's the same declaration as before. Thank you. I understand Councillor Pandolfini had her hand up for some time, and then I'll go to Councillor Sid.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I mean, you know, we've got alcohol-free zones at Coogee Beach. You know, just putting up a sign up does not help. So if it has been such an issue for so long, let's actually deal with it properly and ensure, you know, my business is in Potts Point and King's Cross, and as we know, there's the very incredible Kirkton Road Centre, which also services Maroubra and Malabar and many areas in our LGA, and they you know, work with the community very, very constructively to ensure that extremely you know, wealthy residents of Potts Point and the people who go to the Kirkton Road Centre and injecting centres do actually like function together, and they do. So let's do it properly and actually work with the centre and work with the health workers and ensure that this problem is taken care of, and not just, you know, some signs are put up and that don't work. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, Councillor Chappell, you're the seconder of the motion, of the amendment? Do you waive your right to speak on the amendment?
Could I speak very briefly on it?
You may.
It will be very, very brief. It's just to say, I think in some situations an alcohol-free zone can be part of a solution, but I don't think it is the part of the solution you lead with, particularly when we recognise and have spoken about the park on Anzac Parade as being an area of ongoing concern, and it has those signs. I think it's very tempting to think if we put this in place that the problem will then be solved, but all that will happen is we will say to residents, oh, council did a thing, and they will still be chasing enforcement and they won't actually have a solution to the issue. Doing a bit more consultation, taking a little bit of time to look at what the actual issues is, what the triggers are here, what we might be able to actually achieve in terms of an actual outcome here rather than just moving the problem up into one of the other wards, hopefully, is going to be a better chance of an actual decent outcome.
Thank you. Yes. I'm going to go to Councillor Said, then Councillor Rosenfeld, and then can I just say, we were doing really, really well and we're definitely slowing down. Councillor Said.
Just a question to the relevant officer. Because this has been going on for so long, have our community officers been out there and tried to work something out amongst those people out there, or that centre? Because this has been going on for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our community development officers fundamentally work with health, justice, and facts and the housing out of the hub, and try and provide services and support to that community. We don't sort of provide a direct service model in terms of case management and support at this sort of level. Ours is our objective is really to try and build capacity and partnerships with those particular service providers.
Mr. Mayor, is it in our capacity to formulate a strategy and call a forum, or is that something that state housing and state whoever has to do? Are we able to perform all this? Are we able to get the relevant stakeholders together? Because something we can do is the alcohol-free zone, but can we also call everyone together, including the police and the state
Are you
member?
asking me?
Oh no, relevant officer.
Relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If that's Council's resolution, then we can certainly bring all those parties together and see what can be done.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Rosenfeld on the amendment, then I'll go to Councillor Luxford.
Okay, I'll look to make an amendment myself. So in A, I'll go council consider rather than council introduce. And then I'll take the amendment, the Veitch Chapel amendment, from the point of call on local MPs to make representation for increased funding for the disadvantaged people in our community as C. So keep B, keep A, keep B, and take that as C. So because yeah, I'm happy to call on local MPs to do that. Because at the end of the day, look, it's antisocial behaviour, it needs to be addressed, but I'm happy to take the amendment if this issue that rate-paying residents have serious issue about it, and we seriously need to address it. So,
Thank you. In light of the change, Councillor Veitch, can I please just confirm that what your intention is as to whether or not you still wish to move the amendment? Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? It's not a matter of whether or not Danny accepts, it's whether or not Chappell accepts, whether or not Veitch accepts it.
Okay, so a relevant part of the amendment, I'll ask a question to Councillor Veitch. So we, under the amended form, we would defer consideration pending consultation with stakeholders. Then point A would come in, council would consider an alcohol-free zone, and then point B, we would start the full consultation again. No. So if the amendment were added, so that would completely replace the entire motion. Okay.
It's not saying, it's saying we
Well, okay, so okay. So yeah. So my question to the original mover: what is the value of having? What's the value of having the consultation before we float the idea, as opposed to afterward?
Thank you, because clearly there's been an ongoing problem there, and what from different councillors said, it's been going on for many, many years, and it sounds like it's going to take a little bit more than a sign to try and resolve. And so the idea is actually, let's have a look at this properly, let's talk to all the people involved, and let's try and come up with a solution. And maybe then, as Councillor Chappell and others have said, if all these things fail, then maybe we can consider putting up an alcohol-free zone. But like a protracted problem like this is not going to just go away. It will move to another street, and then we'll just get other residents complaining, and then what do we do then?
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I just have a question. I don't know who you will answer this one, but if there is an alcohol-free zone sign up, then aren't the residents are then able to be in contact with the police, who can then move these people on, pick them up, or do whatever they do with them? If there is no sign there, then the police really can't move them on. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if it is an established alcohol-free zone, then someone can contact the police. The police can investigate it, but their powers are relatively limited to tipping out the alcohol, unless there's other offensive behaviour or other issues that enable the police to ask them to move away from that area.
Thank you. Can I now put the amendment? Okay.
I'm happy to, on C, put the whole amendment onto C. That council. So put that whole amendment onto C rather than half it onto C.
In light of the fact that Councillor Rosenfeld has now adopted the entirety of the wording from Councillor Veitch and Chappell, then
yeah.
To consider an alcohol-free zone running along the prohibition for all hours of the week, the required full consultation take place. Did it defer consideration pending consultation? I'm slightly confused. So,
right.
So, Councillor Rosenfeld,
Yeah.
do you accept the entirety of the amendment and it subsumes A, B and C, or just...
No, well, yeah, I can see now. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I won't take the amendment.
Okay, which means you revert to the original language. Okay, which is call on local. I will now put the amendment. Okay. All those in favour of Councillor Veitch's amendment? All those against? I declare... Okay, there's been a call for a division. Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Pandolfini.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Veitch.
For.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Against.
Councillor Olive. Councillor McCafferty is no longer here. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Said. Councillor Burst. Councillor D'Souza. And the Mayor is against. I declare the amendment lost. I'm now going to ask Councillor Rosenfeld to close the debate.
Yeah, I really don't have anything more to say than I did already.
Thank you very much. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, can I please call from the floor, noting that it is now 11 o'clock, a procedural motion to limit speaking times to 2 minutes. Moved Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Luxford will try that for 15 minutes, and if that doesn't work, we're going to have to do 2 for or 2 against as well. So thank you. I'll just call it. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. All right. NM 7022. Notice of motion from Councillor Chappell. Fogo in schools. Councillor Chappell. Seconded by Councillor Said.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Said. I am going to not take that 2 minutes personally, and I'm going to do my best. I did not write my speech on this. It was written by Amy Brown, who is a student at Our Lady of the Sacred Heart Primary School in Randwick, who has asked me to read it out. She says, as a Year 6 student and an environment leader at my school, I believe that these bins are a vital instrument in reducing landfill and helping the planet. Not only does it help the environment, but it also creates good habits for children to bring home and with them throughout the rest of their life. As you undoubtedly know, FOGO bins help the environment survive and thrive by diverting food scraps and garden scraps into compost instead of landfill. The Randwick City Council website states that we as a community have already converted over 14,000 tonnes of FOGO waste into compost, and this amount will only increase if we add FOGO bins to schools. In addition, many school children bring in fruit and vegetables, and the leftovers could be put into FOGO bins instead of just landfill. Studies state it takes on average 66 consecutive days for something to become a habit. As a kid going to school in Randwick, I know that lots of my time is spent in school, so if you institute FOGO bins there, all the kids at my school, including me, are more likely to pick up habits as the bins are at both home and school. If you're looking for a school to trial FOGO bins with, we'd love Ulsh to be part of it. Yours sincerely, Amy Brown, Year 6. Amy's one of the environment leaders at her school and specifically was asking about bringing this into schools. I've also had a request from a young woman called Beatrice, who's at St Catherine's, for us to do this. I'm just looking at this stage for a report into the feasibility of rolling this out by the end of the year. I recognise there's probably a whole bunch of mechanics that need to happen to put that in place, and I would love your support.
Thank you. Councillor Said is the seconder.
Mr Mayor, as you know, I know most of the principals and teachers in the local LGA in the primary schools, and they've been crying out for this, and I've been asking for this for years, and I've been told it couldn't happen, but I still don't know why. But I'm glad someone's actually brought it as a motion. The teachers, the principals and the students have been crying out for FOGO because they've been told to do it at home. They want to do it at schools. They're just asking for some, the teachers will look after it. There will be contamination. Kids are kids, fair enough. Adults contaminate, these things happen. But it would be in great benefit. They're trying their hardest. All schools now, primary schools, are growing vegetables. They're taught to compost. They're taught to do FOGO, and they're really keen to do it, and it's part of the curriculum. So we're just adding to part of the curriculum and saving costs. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, just a question through to the relevant officer. How schools in our area, do we service them for garbage? Because schools are usually under contracts, either done through the education department or via, you know, if they're Catholic schools or whatever, I don't know what they do, but you know, how many schools do we actually service to pick up garbage? Because wouldn't that be, you know, our FOGO couldn't go into a school that was under a contractor for garbage, perhaps? I'm just asking.
Thank you. Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it's my understanding that most of the schools operate their own garbage trucker contract, but this is a program that we've just been trialling with a couple of schools, just relating to the FOGO aspects of that school.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Chappell, I assume you don't wish to close the debate. Thank you very much. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors, for being prompt. NM 71/22, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, Aboriginal names in Randwick Council addresses. Councillor Chappell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very brief on this, I think it's all there. There is a public campaign by a First Nations woman, Gomeroi woman, Rachel McPhail, about place names in addresses. She has successfully lobbied Australia Post, among other organisations, to change their formatting to recognise when an address is written that is an opportunity to recognise country and acknowledge country. Orange Council has gone ahead with adding the traditional names for their council into their official address. I'm not proposing we do the same yet. I think this is something that has to come out of a conversation with the local First Nations community, including the Land Council. I'd like to thank Sharon from Council for having a chat with about that and agreeing that the consultative approach, rather than imposing that immediately, was probably the most useful one. And I'd also like to recognise that as we talk to local First Nations people in their communities, other things may come up about naming various parts, whether there are people who should be commemorated or other names that are offensive or problematic that might need to be removed. And I would like us to keep an open mind to the wishes of the community in that regard.
Thank you. Is there a Is there a seconder? Can I just hear that again? Sorry, I've heard from Councillor Nielsen. Thank you. You went up almost identically at the same time. Thank you very much. Councillor Nielsen is the second to the motion.
I reserve my right, but I think it's a really good idea.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Souza? Okay, are there any further speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question to the mover, just with regards to the motion, which I generally support, but you're not, are you looking at possibly changing existing names, like for instance the Lionel Bowen Library to other names? Is that part of the consideration?
No, but also if the First Nations community came to us and said for some reason that there was something deeply offensive about that name, I think I would like to hear back from the community about that, but I'm not at this stage proposing to change any names.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now consider that Councillor Chappell waives her right of reply. Now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. NM 72/22, notice of motion from Councillor Hay. A mover. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor De Souza.
Yeah, I'll second it. Okay.
Seconded by Councillor De Souza.
Okay, so I've drawn a little map on this just to be helpful. You've got a cycleway under construction along Doncaster Avenue. We want people to use that cycleway. But to get from there, you can't immediately cross Allison Road. There was a proposal that was put forward by Mr Lehman to Transport New South Wales, having a cyclist-only crossing along Allison Road, and that was refused. So if you're going to get from the intersection on the cycleway at the corner of Doncaster and Allison onto the cycleway, you have to cross two sets of lights. Same at the corner of Allison and Darley. And as any cyclist know, I cycle up myself. You want to have a long time where you're not forced to stop, and you can keep going. Now, I'm up for starting the conversation as best we can in this area. It doesn't have to be a location there in the red where I've drawn a line over that specific spot, but I'm open to all ideas. One advantage of having a bridge there is that it could also join the racecourse to the light rail stop, but ultimately everything is considerable. This also comes out of a conversation I had with Mr. Rob Stokes, Minister for Active Transport. He's ultimately looking at projects that could, particularly large-scale cycleway projects. He's very interested, and I mentioned this idea casually to him, and he said he'd consider it. So there's a very good chance we could get ministerial support. Now, in terms of feasibility, this is why we need to start the conversation, that we go to, we write a letter to the minister, hopefully have a sit-down meeting, they send out, they scope, they see what can be done, and that's all this is about, just starting that conversation. Thank you.
Councillor De Souza is the seconder. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veitch.
Councillor Me?
I'm going to go to Councillor Nielsen. Thank you.
Sorry,
Then I'll go to Councillor Veitch.
Yeah, I just wanted to urge a little bit of caution on this, because I sort of recall that when we first had the prospect of the wonderful light rail and so on and so forth, there was discussion of a bridge and so on and so forth. What I would suggest might be helpful for us is to have a briefing on this matter from our council officers to bring us actually up to date with what we have in the past been talking about and options that have been put forward, rather than us going straight off to go to the minister, because I think the last thing we would want, in my opinion, is one of those bridges, along Anzac Parade. And so, so I just urge a little bit of caution on this one, Councillor Hay, and just suggest that we have a briefing on this matter first, and then see what the briefing comes up with, and then progress further. That would be my suggestion. So I would oppose this motion, and that's what I would suggest.
Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. Look, I echo Councillor Nielsen's comments. I would say that perhaps even before councillors receive a briefing, it should actually go to the cycling committee, to the CABFAC committee. That is a really effective and active council advisory committee, which has members of Bike East and other interested residents who are regular cyclists. They have like a, fine-grained knowledge of cycling everywhere in our LGA. They're extremely knowledgeable, and the work that they do, that our council officers do, and in consultation with them is really effective. I share Councillor Nielsen's reservations on this simply because the catenaries, it would have to go over the light rail catenaries, which are about as high as this ceiling. they're very high. Maybe the wires aren't, but the poles are. They're very high, and there's a really, the footpaths generally on either side. There's the footpath on the racecourse side, the southern side, which is not wide at all. Then there's the footpath, but you actually want it to extend all the way to the cycle path, which is up sort of right next to the Centennial Park ponds. I mean, I guess it could be engineered, but the ramp you would need to allow cyclists and other people with access needs to actually get up would have to be very, very long. Otherwise, the angle would just be unfeasibly steep. So I can't support the motion. I would support it going to the CABFAC committee, followed by a councillor briefing.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Just very briefly, I thank Councillor Hay for bringing the motion, because I do think we should be thinking outside the box on improving our cycling links in the area. But when I look at this and the likely cost of putting something in place like this, I think I'm more convinced than ever that moving the lights back at Allison Road and doing a level cyclist crossing is the only reasonable actual option for this intersection. So I can't support the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hay to close the debate.
I should have mentioned, very briefly, the conversation with Mr. Stokes, we are heading into an election cycle. While if we had a lot more time, we could do all the consultation in the world, but the reality is we need to send this off very soon, and we need to show that the council supports this project. I'm happy to I'm happy to consult the cycling committee. I'm happy to do all this, but we do need to send a letter soon. So I'm happy to just put the motion as it's written.
Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Yeah, we're going to need a division. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Pandafini.
Against.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veitch.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Chappell.
Against.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
For.
Councillor Olive.
Against.
Councillor McCafferty is not here. Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Said. Councillor Burst. Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is for. I declare that carried. Thank you. I'd like to remind Councillor Nielsen not to heckle from the floor. Thank you. NM 73/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, Local Government New South Wales. And I'd also like to remind Councillor Rosenfeld as well. Thank you. NM 73/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, Local Government New South Wales 2022 Annual Conference, preparing for climate-related risks and impacts. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I won't speak for long, which I'm sure everyone will be relieved about. Another motion for the local government conference. This is becoming an issue we can't ignore. We are going to have to start, councils are going to have to start taking this seriously. I know this council is already looking at climate impacts in its long-term financial plans, which is fantastic. But, you know, we are about to spend significant amount of money on a new surf club, potentially a coastal walkway extension, and climate change is going to have impacts on all of our infrastructure, and this is obviously already affecting councils not only in New South Wales but across Australia. So I hope you will support the motion to go to conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Chappell. Councillor Chappell, you waive your rights. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veitch, I consider it that you waive your right of reply. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, thank you. Hold on. We now have the question with notice from Councillor Said, Waverley Flood Study. No, it's come back, so I just need a motion that it's considered as read and noted. Yep. Okay, Councillor Said, read and noted. Seconded, Councillor Burst. Okay, thank you. A question with notice from Councillor Veitch. I require a motion. that it be considered as read and noted. Okay. Read Veach, seconded Luxford. All those in favour declare that carried. We'll now move into closed session. on. Okay, thank you. The outcome of CS 41/22 Arthur Byrne Reserve Amenities South Maroubra tender was carried. The outcome CS 42/22, the council read and note this report was carried. There being no further business, I will close the meeting at 11:33 p.m. Thank you, councillors.